on new business, it's 80 Pleasant Street.
Okay.
That's it, just those two.
I just
Hey,
want to
Cal.
know.
I
Just
can't
that two,
get my
right?
video to work.
Hold on. It says stop video, so you should be able to. There's Abby.
Oh, wait a minute. Got it.
Is it operator
There
error?
she is.
Operator error, it's been all day.
It's all good.
Did I hear Abby was on?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chair, it looks like we're on YouTube right now. So
In other words, we're live.
we are live. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's give this a try. Okay, folks. This is Ray Pohl for the record. I'm the chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Allow me to please confirm that the following members are on board. Members, when I call your names, can you please respond in the affirmative? Abby Camp.
Aye. Here.
Thank you. Thank you. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Okay. Carrie Thornwell.
Aye.
Great. And this is Ray Pohl once again. Staff, when I call your names, could you please respond in the affirmative? Kathy Flynn
Present.
and Holly Backus.
Present.
Thank you. Has anyone else joined us in terms of members that I should know about?
Not that I'm
Terry's here.
Terry. Hey, Terry. How's it going? Okay. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020. That order, posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. This meeting is convening via Zoom with video and audio recording, and we are being broadcast via YouTube on the town's YouTube channel. With no member of the public having asked to speak, this particular meeting will not feature public comment. Materials provided to members of for this meeting or provided during the meeting are, unless otherwise noted, available on the town's website. During the meeting, I will introduce the agenda, topics, and speakers. Please remember to mute your Zoom audio until your name is called, and please direct comments and questions through the chair to avoid crosstalk and make taking of minutes easier. Finally, votes taken at tonight's meeting will be done via roll call. That being said, let me now request a motion from one of you to approve actually, we are going to amend tonight's agenda in the following way. New business item number 1 at 11 Woodbury Lane, that's the emergency demo of the building that's already pretty much demolished. And number 55 at 80 Pleasant Street are both moving to the consent agenda, which we'll be reviewing next. Okay? Everybody clear on that? Okay. So with that, can I have a motion from one of you to approve tonight's amended agenda?
So move.
Oh, there's Diane. Hello, Diane.
Zoom was trying to keep me out.
Oh,
Never.
yeah. Okay, so listen, we have 4 regular members and 2 associate members. So what we'll do is we will alternate associates unless there's a conflict or whatever. So on the motion, Diane's motion to approve the amended agenda, Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
We'll choose Carrie.
Aye.
And Diane on your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Before we move on, is there anything that anyone posted online for public comment that I should know about?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very good. Then we will move right along to our consent agenda.
Could I make a comment?
Oh, yes, of course you can, Terry. Go ahead.
Yeah, the other day I was riding up Mook Street Extension. There's a new development along there, and there is a deer fence stretching almost the full length of the development immediately on the road with no screen. And it only breaks where there's access into this area. I was going by, so I didn't get the address specifically, but it's on the, as you're going towards Cisco, it's on the right side of the road.
Going towards Cisco.
Deer fence, and it goes for a long way, and it is right on the road, no screen. And I just.
Hey, Terry, is it possible that it's a construction fence?
It didn't look like a construction fence.
Okay, well, all I can say on that one is, Kathy, would you or someone from the staff mind just checking that out and reporting
Absolutely.
back?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thanks, Terry.
Going,
Good? Okay, seems we're good. Now listen, I need to recuse from the consent. Let's see if anyone else needs to here. Well, in any case, I'm going to pass the baton over to Diane. Diane, could you chair the consent agenda, please?
Sure can.
Thank you.
This is 1 through 16. I would like to have a
Actually, there's
motion
two added to it, so it's actually 18 items.
Okay, 1 through 18. And could I get a motion, please, to approve?
So moved.
Thank you very much. Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
I guess Johnny's not here, right?
Well, Abby's there.
I said it and
Okay,
I
yeah,
approve.
okay, Abby
Thank you. Yes.
and me, yes, so that's a full 1.
Okay,
Thank you
thank you,
very much.
Diane.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Mr. McLaughlin is now with us.
Okay, hello, John.
Well, he's muted.
All
He's
right,
talking, but he,
well, yes.
John, you're muted.
Okay, so now we're going to move along to consent with conditions. I suppose none of the regular board needs to recuse from this one, right? I don't think so.
No.
In which case, could I have a motion from one of the regular board members on this?
motion to approve.
I'll take Val. So on the motion, Abby,
I,
Diane,
Aye,
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
thanks, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, signs. Let's go on this one.
Yeah.
Regular board.
So number 1, 49 Main Street was hold for more information.
Okay, can somebody give me a motion to hold?
so
I
moved.
make,
That was Abby, I believe. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
I,
very good. And I'm in favor, motion carries. 115 Pleasant.
Motion to approve.
All right, somebody?
a motion to approve.
Thank you, Abby. On Abby's motion, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
aye,
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
I,
and I'm in favor of that motion carries. So next up, 1719 Spearhead Road.
There's
Can you give-
actually,
Go ahead.
there's 2 of them, number 3
Yes.
and 4. Those were approved with signed council comments.
Okay, can somebody give me that motion?
approve, including the signed comments.
Okay, so Diane's motion for both items 3 and 4 under signs is to approve as per sign advisory comments. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
I,
John,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye,
and I'm in favor. So that was 3 and 4. Item number, 5 and 6, I need to recuse from because we did some work with those guys. So Diane, Diane, if you could take that, the next 2.
so can I get a motion for 5 and 6, 9 Nobodere Farm Road.
Or motion
We'll
to
do it in-
approve.
All right. Well, thank you. Can I have a
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Val,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and me, I approve. Now I need another one for the Parents Co-op at 17 Nobodere Farm Road. Can I get a motion to approve that one?
So moved.
Thank you, Val. Steve,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and V is an I. Is that 5?
At least.
Yes.
That's good.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay,
Okay, Diane, thank you. And now 15, Amelia, what's the recommendation on that?
Approve with sign council comments.
Okay, so can somebody give me a motion on that?
make a motion to approve following signed group notes.
Okay. Motion, Diane's motion is to approve as per sign advisory. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Diane.
Aye.
And I'm in favor of that motion carries. So that does it for the signs. Now we're on to a couple of old business items that were carried over from. Diane's motion is to approve as per sign advisory. Uh-oh, somebody has to mute their TV. You good? That does it for this sign. Now we're on to a couple of old. Somebody needs to mute their TV, please. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're on old business. The commissioners on this are, the first item is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen. Okay, let's go.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're on old business. No, come on, somebody has.
Mr. Chair, excuse me. Bernice Waller, you got to turn off your YouTube feed. Just turn off the volume and we'll be good to go. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go.
Hi, sorry about the video conflict.
Okay.
Bernice Waller, back with some revisions to the plan that we discussed previously. This is the previous plan. We had discussed some revisions to the apron and some adjustments to the patio configuration. So if we can scroll to the plan, the proposed, the amended plan.
Is it in this application, in this PDF?
It should be, what you had, I'm just looking to, so that's the older configuration. If I can just, let me see if I can potentially share my screen. If I could share my screen, I could show you.
I just don't understand why we don't have it then.
Mr. Chair, when we get to a picture of the main house, could we bring that up for a second? Refresh my memory of the main house.
Well, you know, I'm not certain that that would be part of this landscape package, but we can ask.
Thank you. I just,
Bernice,
Yes, sir. So in front of you is the application with the revisions. We have suggested some changes to the apron as we discussed, and then we removed some paving on the water side. The apron that we would like to discuss as a possibility would be an irregular granite apron in lieu of the rounded cobbles that were suggested to create a naturalized look, but to kind of speak a little bit more to the natural character of the site. And those two items were the big adjustments that we were looking at as a result of our feedback last year, or last meeting.
Okay.
Are there questions?
All right. Well, let me just ask Abby a question right now. Abby,
Yes.
so were you asking about the main house apropos of the cottage design, the outbuilding that's under review next? Because this application is for the pool and the hardscape, or did you want to see?
Right. So my problem is that I wasn't on the, I don't think I was on the main house, or, so I'm just looking at the landscape design, and I just needed a reference. I don't know how the big picture of the whole thing.
Got it.
Like
Okay.
yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Can I ask a question of you?
Well, wait, sorry, Diane, I'll get right back to you because I want to ask Bernice a
Okay.
question relative to what Abby just asked me. Bernice, Abby is looking for the house, the main house design. Do you have that in your package, or does someone have that in their package? Matt, if you're listening, does somebody have that in the package that whose phone is that?
I have, I'm sorry, it's my son keeps.
Yeah, well,
telling
turn
me.
it off. Okay,
So
yes, go ahead.
this is the plan that we have submitted, which is the overall landscape plan. There are no proposed, the submission does not include any proposed additions to the main
No,
house
no,
currently.
That
This is
was
where
not
the main
the
house
question. That was
is
not the
resting
question.
right now.
Matt, are you
And
on?
this plan was provided
Matt?
for reference.
I'm on.
Matt,
I'm here. Yep.
do you have pictures of the main house?
Yeah, I could dig. Yep, I can pull those up.
Let's take a look.
The main house that's not approved yet.
What?
The main house that is not approved yet.
Is that true?
That's true.
It's true.
Oh.
Yep. Yeah,
Oh, I thought I was out of it because I couldn't relate what we keep talking about, the landscape and the tertiary buildings, and I never knew what the main building was. That's because I thought maybe you guys had done it on another.
No,
Why are we doing this first? I don't understand.
good question.
Matthew, maybe you can please explain. Matt is in for, as we all well know, the outbuilding, which unfortunately is the next application.
correct.
So where are we with the main house?
So we submitted the main house, this outbuilding in the pool all at the same time because there was such, more heavy lifting to do in the main house. We decided to focus on the pool and the pool house. So that's where we are. So the application is still open for the main house.
I see.
But you have not reviewed it because we're trying to get the pool house and the pool done.
Well, okay. With regard to that, Mr. Chair, is it prudent of us to approve something that may or may not be compatible with the new dwelling? It seems as though that should be first.
Okay. I want to make sure that we're all focused on this. The first application is for the pool and the hardscape. So how the pool and the hardscape relates to the house, either approved or unapproved, the existing house is there. So I can see why that question would be germane to the accessory outbuilding design, which is up for review next, but I kind of can't see its relevance given where a pool is and how well it's camouflaged from a public way. That I don't
So
understand.
you're saying there is a building that exists now?
Yes, there
Okay.
is.
Could I see that picture? I see
Did somebody
that.
have that?
Guys, excuse me, Mr. Chair, just
Yeah,
a
go.
point of order. I'm sorry, but we're looking at hardscape,
I know.
driveway apron, driveway material,
Yep.
and the home is really got nothing to do with it. I'm sorry. I do need a Snickers, I'll admit right up front, but
Buddy, I agree, and I thought I had just said that, but I'm glad that you're saying it again. Okay, so did we just, by the way, folks, if you were looking at your screen, you did just see the existing main house on the property. There it is. That's it.
Okay,
Yes.
that's all I was
We saw
asking.
it.
Okay, okay. No, that's it. So,
Me,
okay. Oh, Diane, that's right. You had a question.
Next.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I want you to tell me, is the road, Low Beach Road, in front of this property paved or dirt?
Dirt. Dirt.
If it is dirt, then why are we if it is dirt, then why are we discussing an apron that we don't allow between a driveway and a dirt road?
You know what? Why? I'll tell you why, Diane. Because you'll see on this landscape plan that they want to have a gravel drive as opposed to a dirt drive. And part of the discussion the last time was that the gravel always tends to bleed out into the dirt road. If there's nothing there to prevent it from doing so.
So
So I
what,
believe that's why it's there, but that's the answer, I think.
okay, well, it's, whether it's a gravel or a sand or a shell or whatever, it says not a soft driveway and a soft road with an apron. So I just making that known. Read
Okay.
again.
Well, so Diane, do you want to continue with your comments? And then I can take the other members?
This is, we are discussing exactly the relocation of the pool.
Yes, and the hardscape that surrounds it, correct. That's what we're discussing.
Well, I'm not sure you're going to like this, but I have been talking to people at Wisconsin. I've talked to the land bank, which is not always that I fall in favor with, but I think that this, to me, is not what we are supposed to be doing as our mission, that we establish an area that is like the rest of it and not out. There isn't a place coming down the Low Beach Road that I'm aware of that is as big and as defined as this piece. The pool, it says existing vegetation to remain on one of the things. The vegetation, I have no idea. It doesn't say how tall it is. If it's 3 feet tall or 20 feet tall, it makes a difference whether that in-ground pool of 16 by 35 feet with a 9 by 9 spa is going to be seen or not. Everything is squared off. This is a piece of sand and dune. And I don't find that the hardscaping has taken any of those ideas into consideration. It's all squared off, squared off, squared off. This is our coastline, with this house sitting the lowest of houses on the thing. So that's my feeling about the hardscaping in the pool.
Okay. Thank you. Abby?
Egad, you're not gonna like what I'm gonna say either. So I'm a little disjointed between the main house and what's before us. And I see Low Beach and I see a long stretch of this developed land that was, practically virginal.
No, it wasn't.
What?
Never
I
mind.
mean, I don't know a lot of structures down there that exist on the other side of the street. Yes, across from Canterbury, yes, I know there are a few there, but further down where this is, I don't really, I can't wrap my head around putting buildings and swimming pools and hardscaping down in that area. So I'd really like to hear from my other board members.
All right. How about you, Val?
With regard to the pool, I don't have really any concern because I don't think you're going to see it. My concern is with buildings, but
Oh.
I think the pool is okay.
So,
Yeah.
so what, could I expand what you just said to say with regard to the pool and the hardscaping, you're okay? Or
Yeah,
just,
as long as where
okay.
that cut in is for the driveway, you don't see any of it.
Okay, just being clear.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that everything in addition to the pool that they're requesting was okay with you.
Yep.
Thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. Look, do I love a pool there? No. But I think given it will be fully screened, it will not be visible, and it's not in close proximity to other things, I think it's, well, it maybe it's approvable. I'd like to focus, if I can, on the hardscape materials. Can we zoom in on the picture of the proposed fieldstone? Yeah, so I guess I would just say I don't think that that's real practical. It's so wide. If it's not a boulder, you're just gonna have freeze heaving. It's going to be problematic. So I'd suggest you might want to rethink that. Although I do appreciate the irregular shape, and I think that that's very successful. If you were to go with a boulder, you might have a better luck. Other than that, no comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Just to be clear, when you say a boulder, you are talking about like cobbles again?
No, a New England fieldstone boulder style versus this flat.
Well, right.
It's almost like a
cars can
paver.
drive over that and snap every single one of them.
Yeah. So it's just the way I'm looking at that is that's probably like an inch or two deep paver.
Right.
So I'm just making a general comment that you're going to have a problem, likely, given some past experience on jobs I've seen where that's just freeze heaving.
Yeah.
Where a boulder that has more depth would be beneficial.
I agree. I understand the concern, and those pavers, those pieces would be anywhere from 6 to 8 inches deep. They're very irregular on the bottom side. So they're kind of embedding themselves into the ground just for that reason. So that they're not moving around like a piece of thinner paving piece.
Great, Bernice. Thank you for that information.
Okay, so thanks for the clarification, Bernice. I, like Stephen and Val, well, I'm certain that the motion would include the proviso that it's not seen, the pool will not be seen at the time of inspection or thereafter from any publicly traveled way. And I think that's enough safety for me to move forward with an approval of the landscape, hardscape, and pool as diagrammed on this plan, this submission.
How can you do that?
So with that, can I have a motion of some kind?
Not me.
Motion to approve with the pool being screened at the time of inspection and thereafter.
Okay, thank you.
Aye.
Thank you for the motion, Val. So I think Stephen just said aye. Abby?
I'm a nay.
Okay, Diane?
Nay.
Okay, Val on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and the chair votes in favor. So that's 3 in favor, 2 opposed to the pool application. Okay, check that one off for now.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
through you,
Yes.
before you open up 100 Low Beach Road outbuilding,
Yeah.
the last time it was heard was at the December 3rd meeting, and there was
Oh, right.
the board. So the motion should be to strike from the record the comments made at the December 3rd meeting.
Yes,
On
right.
that
Thanks for
and-
reminding me about that. So
And start over.
is that something, Kathy, that we should do first before we engage in
Yes,
further? Yes?
should strike, so you should strike
Okay.
from the record
So
the comments.
hopefully you
made.
guys, okay, I'm gonna state the board on this, just to be completely clear. Myself, Diane, Val, Stephen, Carrie. And there was a little bit of a mix-up on December 3rd where we had a member who was not actually on giving opinions. So the first thing we want to do on this is have a motion to strike from the record the conversation of 100 Low Beach outbuilding of December 3rd. Strike that from the record. Could somebody give me that motion?
So moved, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Stephen. So on that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you, Val,
Aye.
thank you, Diane,
Aye.
thank you, and I'm in favor. Oh, Stephen, did I get you?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. So now we can rediscuss this application again. Now, I'm not supposed to say this, but are there any revisions since it was not heard on December 3rd? Or are we looking at the same thing? Matt?
Question.
So we did make a minor revision.
Okay.
Just remove-
Why don't you present that then and we'll move forward.
Sure. I don't know if these are the updated drawings. If they're not, we can actually, the only real change to these are the previous iteration. The only change that we made, Mr. Chair, was to remove the pergola, which was something that Val had suggested. And we also provided some supplemental information about the structures that were on the same side of Low Beach. And so I understand that there's some pushback on this location, but I just want to reiterate the fact that this structure is 21 foot, I think 10 inches tall. It's a short structure. It's located 220 feet from the main structure. And I feel like it's literally at the end of a dirt road, the very, very end of a dirt road that's not that highly traveled. I understand that there's some interest in this. I don't know why this particular parcel has gotten so much attention, but I understand there's a desire to maintain the natural, sorry, there's a little bit of reverb. I don't know if you guys can hear that. There's definitely some sensitivity here to the proximity. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Can you hear that?
It sounds like shuffling paper. It's not too distracting for me, but
Sorry about that. Super loud on my end. I
we
apologize.
can hear you.
Yeah, so basically, I understand that there's a concern about the proximity, but again, this is a structure that is within, it's outside of the 50. It has been, this building envelope has been approved by Concom. And so I just generally feel that this structure, given its size, structure, scale, is appropriate. I think that it's a very, modest structure at the end of a dirt road. And so I just, look forward to the board's comments.
Okay, so let's take a look at the plans and elevations. That is obvious.
Hello, is there a guinea pig or hamster in the house?
Yeah, somebody's microphone is scraping against something. So the red bubbles, I'm assuming, that's the removed pergola that you talked about, Matt. And then the rest is the same, and we're at 22 feet, I believe you said, height?
Just under 22. And then we also, just to reiterate, we did include that quote unquote streetscape to show the existing structures and this proposed structure, just to show, the relationship and the distance apart. So.
Okay.
Which is at the bottom of that sheet A2.1.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Got it. Everybody see that? So there's the house on the far left, and the cottage, pool cabana, whatever you want to call it, is on the far right. Yep. Okay. Board members, are we ready to comment on this application?
Guess so.
I'm going to choose a victim. Oh, I'm
I
going to choose
will.
Diane. Diane, are you ready?
Yeah, yep. I
Okay.
would like to see the east or the west elevation. I think on the west elevation, the second floor dormers are too heavy. I would put it down to one or one small shed dormer in the center, but that is too heavy on that building. It's supposed to, it is uh it is a outbuilding, but I think that the size of that dormer is too heavy and it makes it too much stuff going on that elevation. And that elevation, as far as I can guess, the west elevation does face out to, whether you can see it or not, Low Beach Road. And the east elevation is going to be facing the water, sort of, and that doesn't bother me. Those four windows will be down in the vegetation and you won't see it. So I would like to, let's see, that, and so that would be the north elevation. See, the dormer up there on the north elevation is smaller. Although if it could be, I would reduce it down to the single one, so it wasn't so busy on the second floor, and which is the only part that you might see it. Otherwise, I don't mind the shape of the building, but I do think the dormers need to be reduced in size. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diane. How about you, Val?
Okay. So fundamentally, the issue for me is that we're looking at this house and this overall composition with a house that we have not approved and in fact have asked for major revisions to. So does this house relate to the house that's existing? A, with regard to size and overall composition. It's a house, not an outbuilding. It's well, not being a house. And for me, it's one of those, it's an incremental chipping away again at a design that doesn't respond to the overarching requests that we have made about massing and character. It doesn't relate to the sense of place in this area, and it doesn't partner with its landscape. But it seems as though this a whole composition together, which is how we need to look at it, is trying to conquer its place of self, its sense of place. Yes, there are large houses out there, but there are none in as unique of a scenario as this, which is essentially built into the side of a dune. And as the house that exists sits to the road, it's a very modest structure, simple. And I think we just need to think of the overall picture, not just this little outbuilding by itself at a far end of the lot. And I think that it just accentuates the visual impact of the whole composition.
Okay. Thank you very much, Val. Stephen?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in this instance, I do agree with Commissioner Oliver with respect to looking at the concepts and the proposal of the main structure. But in the end, if this gets approved and something doesn't work with respect to the main structure, something's going to have to give, and it's going to be on the applicant. So applicant is kind of a buyer beware situation in that regard. With respect to the design itself, I appreciate the changes, Matt. I agree with Diane's comments with respect to that. I believe it's the western elevation, the dormer. I think that perhaps one of the things that's working against you there too is that it's not oriented on the roof plane with respect to the ridge in the same fashion as the dormer on the east and the north.
Mhm.
It's higher up, and I think it tends to overwhelm the space. I do think if that were broken up into two, it would be more appropriate. And I do think that the intersection at the ridge needs to come down to be, if it's going to be visible from any elevation, where the other dormers are visible, because it's just going to look odd.
I gotcha.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. How about you, Carrie?
Am I muted? Am I on?
You're on now, yeah.
Okay, thanks. I think this is a cute little building. I kind of see it on site as the exclamation point to the exclamation mark. When you look at the site and you see the little thing all by itself down there, it's making me think of the little buildings on Co2 and at Great Point, and I want to see one of those, which would just be that gable, not with the additive massing on it, but just the little gable with the shed roof and the single dormer. I think that would be so much more appropriate down there. So it really read as an out dune building rather than this glassy house. And I think the dormers make it feel a lot more like a house than a small little dune building. But it's a good looking building, and I appreciate the fact that it's less than 22 feet tall. I'd really like to see it smaller.
Okay. All right, Matt, can you remind me of something?
Sure.
What are the trim colors?
The existing is white.
Well, is that what you're going for in the new plan?
That is, it's white. We're proposing to white, stick with.
Yeah. See, given the immense amount of concern that the board members have for this whole project and the amount of neighborhood concern for this project, I think that I would only feel good about this being gray trim. That's my main thing. I think it's certainly a well-designed building. I agree with Diane on the long dormer. I think that was a concern that many of the board members shared. I also agree with some of Carrie's observations about the amount of glass and, trying to simplify, in other words, reduce the number of dormers if that's possible. That's what I have to say. So should we hold this for some revisions, folks?
Yep. Mr. Chair, can I just ask one quick question?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead, Matt.
Yes.
Val, I just wanted to find if you had mentioned that if you could tell me if there's portions of the building that you would like me to change as opposed to it just not being there. I'm happy to try to address those. I did get rid of the pergola, which was something you had mentioned, but if there's anything else that's specific about the architecture that I could address, I'd love to try to address that for you.
I think Carrie said it well. A simple building, beach building. This is very contemporary to me. And I know that the house is getting skewed toward contemporary, but we haven't approved that yet. I just think it's too big. It's too big for what it is. And that's, I know it's allowed by zoning and it fits to the Concom purview, but I am struggling overall everywhere with these outbuildings. Just because you can have them doesn't mean they should be what they, these excessively big structures. To me, a little outbuilding to service a pool would be a tiny little snip of a thing. I mean, I don't understand that. And
Totally
to me,
understand
it doesn't fit into where it is. So
I'll take those comments, and I think we're going to focus on, we added that transom dormer, which I think Stephen had suggested, which I thought was actually helpful because it filled up that. What I'm going to try to do is reduce that portion of it. And again, part of the driver of this is because this area is so far away from the actual house, and that's why it's a little bit on the larger side. But with that, thank you for your comments. I'll make revisions accordingly.
Okay, so now I'm looking for a motion for revisions, I suppose.
Motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen. How about you, Carrie?
Aye.
Oh, there's Stephen. How about you, Carrie?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Okay, on to 4 Chestnut Street HVAC units. Board on this, myself, Diane, Abby, Stephen. Let's go.
I can start whenever you're ready.
And
Mr.
that would be great, Steve.
Yeah, so pretty much at the last meeting, you actually asked if we could actually take these, they're called P-TACs, and actually have them so that they're flush with the outside of the building, which we were able to do. And then we also can paint them. And so just to kind of recap, I think the feedback I got from the board in general was that anything that's behind a railing and less visible, I think that the board didn't have a major issue with. The ones that are on the south elevation are the ones that are kind of between this and the meeting house, so in much less visibility. I think that we kind of came down to the, I guess it would be, sorry, the south, the east elevation, which would probably be, some of those would be visible from Chestnut Street. And so we did talk to the manufacturer, and we know that you can, have them so they are flush. And so I guess the question is, we'll take whichever ones we can get, and hopefully that's helpful.
Okay. Does everyone remember there was a photo in here somewhere of an existing unit like this on, I believe, Robert's house, maybe, showing it painted and flush?
Yes.
It was somewhere in there.
It might be in later towards the end of this submission. Maybe?
Well,
no, I guess not.
Well, I'll take a stab at it.
Okay, yeah, great.
Yeah, so I was walking downtown the other day, and I did see them on the Roberts house, or one of those houses that looks like that. And I hadn't even noticed them before. So obviously this is what Matt intended, how they were going to cool or whatever this is, that's what it's doing for the building. So I'm, there's no scolding going on. This is just something he has to deal with. So I'm okay with the proposed to remedy this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Matt, appreciate the changes. I think that I do have a question with respect to the louvers themselves.
Mm-hmm.
It could be the way that it's presented in the 2D, but it's sheet A21. Oh, that's a good one. So in the perspective drawing, the louvers look a little bit larger overall with the angle shown. Is the drawing below it the same louver, or is it different?
That is the same louver. The exterior elevation that's below the perspective or the axon is actually from the manufacturer.
And is the axon drawing the same, or is it just what you have in CAD?
It basically was what we have in CAD. So
okay, so you didn't cuss. No, that's fine. That you've answered the question. I think that the axon drawing is more preferable with respect to the height of the louvers themselves. But I think once these are painted to match, that they're going to blend in much as like a power service will on a building. You won't even notice it. So I appreciate you moving these in to the recessing them and flush up. So I'm good with it.
Oh, thank you, Stephen. Okay, Diane.
I agree with what Stephen said. I think that if you're going to have them, having them flush and painted to, we're painting them to match what, the shingle color?
clabbered, if that's okay, I can answer that. Mr.
Clabbered,
Yeah, wherever they're up against clabbered, we match the same clabbered color. And then on the shingles, I believe they would be painted gray.
great, okay. No, I think that you're stuck, and I think it's probably the best answer.
Yeah.
And particularly not having them stuck out the way the old ones did. So I appreciate your coming up with that plan. I think it works, or for me, it works all right.
Okay, I think we have liftoff, folks. Can I have a motion?
Oh, motion to approve as submitted.
Thank you very much, Abby, on that motion. So on the motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. So the motion carries.
Thank you all very much.
There's that. Very good. Thank you, Matthew. Okay, now we're along to 19 Pond View. The sitting board on the new dwelling is going to be myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Stephen. And the guest house has not yet been heard. I think it was probably to track, but I'd like to keep the same board on the guest house.
It looks like you have the guest house up first.
Could we do the main house first?
So moved.
The guest house wasn't heard, but we did make revisions to it based on the
Good
main
for
house
you.
comments. All right?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this page and the next page are the comparison elevation pages, but I can use this page to summarize everything we've done.
Okay.
We overall, we looked at every window in the building to try to, there was a comment just generally about pane size and slightly chaotic fenestration. So you'll see a lot of clouds on the elevations. Those refer to adjustments in window sizes throughout. We also adjusted the outdoor shower, which is on that flat roof connector piece. And we adjusted the details on the roof walk so that the posts continue through. And we adjusted the width of the roof walk overall. So this, and also you had a request to put some ridge poles up. So there are ridge poles up there that are attached to the existing building. I did take some photographs. If you didn't get a chance to go out there, I could show, you can't really see anything.
Okay.
And the next page, Holly, is just the rear of the main house. I guess it's sort of the side. There's just as a reminder, we had the 2-story mast, the connector piece, and then a single-story mast that's less than 22 feet. And I think the next page might be these are the 2 3D views. So the top one, pond view, is to the left. And just as a reminder, we are keeping all of that vegetation. The parking area that's there exists over the existing parking area. And the house that we're proposing sits on the footprint of the existing house. And then towards the rear of the lot, I think Abby mentioned the walking path back there that most of the residents on Pondview use. That's in the right-hand side of our drawing. There is little, if any, visibility back towards the house that way. And we're trying to keep as much of the existing vegetation here on site. We've actually had about 50% of the larger trees have all been surveyed and are being kept and integrated into our site plan to maintain the privacy. I think the next page also might be a 3D view, if that's helpful. This is it as you come down the driveway, and then the bottom one is the view from inside the yard. And by the way, since we're looking at that view, that single story little bump out that you see on that bottom elevation that kind of comes to a point, that's actually been changed to a bay by the client. So just to FYI, if that jumps out. That's it. Black windows and gray trim and a wood roof.
Okay. And does this package include those photographs that you were talking about of the height poles that we can't see?
No, it doesn't. I assumed that because it was because we were asked to put ridge poles up, I didn't know if I needed to include pictures of those ridge
I
poles.
thought that you said that you had taken some pictures.
I did. I didn't include them with this submission though. I have them on my screen if you.
So, all right, you might, maybe we'll screen share those, but we'll see how the comments go.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is good. The yeah, the blue, is that 19 Pond View? I didn't put that together.
Yes, I did. I walked down the path and
Oh, Val,
took pictures. Yes.
Okay, great.
that's fantastic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can see that a lot of these houses, by the way, are pushed all the way down Pond View. They're pushed up tight to that path. And our house sits in the middle of the lot. I think it's actually probably one of the closest to Pond View. And my client bought the lot because of its privacy. So yes, we're removing some of that vegetation that's in there undoubtedly, but yeah, and like all of these, you've got clear fields to between the house and the back here. Oh, you did all this, Val? Nice.
Yes, I did. I walk down here all the time.
Val,
Oh, okay.
she's doing all your work for you, Joe.
Well, no, it's helpful for people who can't get out there and
Yeah,
view.
no,
I think
I totally agree.
it's important.
Yeah. But you don't have 19 Pond View.
No, so if I may, I'll
Yes.
go.
Val, why don't you tell us what you got here?
So he's right. Presently, the house that is there cannot be seen from the path. However, if we go back to the overall site plan, the whole interior of this lot from where the house is now back within moments of the path is getting cleared out, and there's a little outbuilding there. So I do think you're going to see some of this. There's virtually nothing left except for the around the edge screening, and we know how that goes when we went over to the solar array situation there. So the path is very close to where this little 4th or 5th building is going to be, and the whole interior is just wide open. So if it can be seen, I think I'd like to see some major changes to it.
Yeah, can you mind if I mention one thing on this plan? The vegetation, I guess the way this is oriented, south is to the right, and so west is towards the bottom of this page, right? So all of the vegetation along the west, as depicted in the drawing, is staying. I know that's not what we're talking about here. Towards the south, you're correct. There is a shed that is there that is literally a shed. It's not before you, but it's less than 200 square feet and it's less than 60.
And it has a deck and a fire pit and a boardwalk.
Yeah, actually doesn't have, it does have a deck that just sits right above grade, and it has a hot tub they're proposing down there, but they don't want it to be seen. I'm just trying to give you the context. And the boardwalk disappears well before that and becomes a stone footpath that kind of breaks down there. And the area where your cursor is, or sorry, that's my cursor, that field that is evident there, there will be some trees that are going to remain in there, but they're not located on this plan. I mean, I'm not arguing that it makes the house absolutely invisible. I think the house is far back from that path, and it's also 50% of it's 2-story, 50% of it's single story. It has black trim, black windows, and the gray trim, the natural roof. I don't think that we've gone off the charts with a design based 100% on lack of visibility. But just to understand the context, I think it's minimally visible,
Okay.
except for as you're going to catch some second floor views from a footpath in the back of the property.
Which I think is Val's point. So Val, you said if any of this is visible, you would have comments. So I think it would be good for Joe to hear those comments.
Well, overall, I think there's just so much on this site. It's like a hotel complex. And with all of the glass on front and back and side to side, I want to say back in the day, there was a rule about having like dormers opposite each other or doorways so that it was like a light shaft all the way through. And to me, if this can be seen, there's a tremendous amount of glass. And I just question the visibility. And I think it looks like a hotel.
Okay. Thank you, Val. And an extra thanks for all that photo work you did. That was very helpful. Okay, Val, let's see. Abby?
Yeah, thanks, Val. Really rounds it out for me. I drove out there when this first came on, and I drove into the driveway of the old house, and you know, I'm not so concerned about pond view because it's pretty far back. But the walkway in front on the south, I'm worried about the
Can you go up
larger
to the
mass.
other? So can you go up to the other? Sorry, Abby, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but since you're talking about what's visible from, yeah, this is the rear elevation. So that is that the, yeah, the second one down is the rear elevation.
Right.
Okay. All right.
Right. So
Sorry.
So I'm not so concerned about pond view because the driveway wiggles back and then there's a lot of, I'm sure you're going to you know, we can say just keep all that vegetation in front. As far as the architecture, I think that I really like the first one that we okayed, the part to the right. Didn't we okay that?
No.
No.
No. Well, we did talk about that though.
When you say the part to the right, do you mean as looking
That's
at
in
the
gray
south?
right now. That's not the main massing. Didn't we talk
Yeah.
about that already?
Well, it is the part of the same house, so.
No, it's a separate house, isn't it?
No.
They're connected.
Wait a
that
second.
little
But
thing.
we've made comments on the smaller dormered massing, correct? I mean, I remember saying it before, but whatever. I mean, are we talking about both massings right now or
Well,
just the one that's
I'm
in
actually
dark?
confused because I thought that this was all the main house.
It is.
Joe, it is?
Yeah, I think you just have to look at the site plan there.
Yeah. Well, you know, sometimes you have a main house and a guest house that are connected by a breezeway. So I just wanted to make sure. So
Right.
folks.
But
It
we
won't-
have made comments on this application, correct?
Well, yes, because this is all the main house.
Yeah, go to the
We
go to
have
the floor.
reviewed the main house.
Well, yeah. So I remember being in favor. I don't mind the story and a half structure with the dormers, but the massing on the far right, we're looking at this picture now.
Yeah.
That I think it doesn't have, it's not breaking up enough, and it's from the path. I'm assuming if you're going to see this, it's going to be like one solid mass. It's not broken up enough to read as additive massing. I mean, I'm okay with the fenestration, but it seems sort of over the top. But I guess I'm just the massing itself of the two gabled dormers and the roof walk. I think it's overpowering, and I'd like to see that reduced somehow.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I think I know Pondview very well. I'm sure you've heard this before, but 25 years of delivering their mail, I get to know what it looks like spring, winter, summer, and fall. And the vegetation breaks down, or however you want to put it, in the wintertime. I am concerned that you will see from definitely the path, and once you get down to the beach end, those two gables. And I was wondering if there was some way of, if there was a reason. It seems very formal architecture to have on Pondview, where the houses were may have been big but sort of more casual. I would like to see the dormers on the little building come down off the roof. They show, at least this particular drawing, that they go right up to the top. It again is, I think, to use the term that Val did, it looks like a hotel, and it does. Is there a necessity to have a car park all the way down to at that little cottage down by the beach? Why do we have to have a car come all the way down there?
Well, that's where they want to park their
you-
car. They want to be able to go back and forth to the beach and load up their car with gear. I mean, it's if you look at the aerials, a lot of these driveways run the length of the property, and I think the comment about the hotel, I think, is really because we're showing you 3D and showing you hardscape and the pool and the boardwalks and everything. You're not going to perceive any of that walking. I mean, I actually went there today. It's middle of December. This is the most visible it's going to be, and you have to strain to see it from Pondview, certainly.
Yeah, the existing structure, but this is going to be wide open.
It is. And in the with southeast elevation is second story, and I'm not sure, it's a picky piece, but those triangular windows, I don't think are,
Yeah.
you need to call attention to that piece on the drawing across the way. It does not have them.
Yeah.
So, and I don't know where the other picture went, but they had little tiny weeny windows up in the second story dormers. Perhaps not having so many and having the windows a little deeper. I don't know whether you can, but it, and that big lawn, Joe, the big lawn with that circle in the middle of that, is that a flagpole? What is that really going to be?
This is the big lawn with the circle. There's no flagpole. That's just a topographic line in that.
No, I meant
lawn.
across that other piece. See the little white circle? Doop, right there.
Oh, that little white circle. Yeah, that's their little fire pit. I mean, the interesting thing to me is that even if this is visible, you're going to see two gables from the second floor with the roof walk. I'm a little puzzled by why that's even an issue, actually. If you look at the rear elevation, I think last time we determined that none of the fenestration was going to be visible from the ground. So the fact that we have two gables that might be visible from a walking path, I don't understand why there's an issue.
Well,
It's not so much an issue. I just like those little windows, say up in the gable points, to be like the one behind it. See that one right behind the twins, the window up in the peaker is a little bigger. It's if you're using those gables, it's for view, then the window that's behind there is, I think, is a better size than the ones that you've got, and it doesn't make such a difference between the windows on the first, the second floor in that 2/2 window. That's all. I just,
Yeah, there are no views, by the way.
Joe,
Stop
Joe,
answering everybody.
stop
Okay, sorry.
rebutting every single comment. Okay, Diane, anything else?
that's it. Thank you.
Okay,
No,
thank
I
you.
did.
All right, Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So, Joe, I appreciate you putting up polls and Val's pictures. Clearly the fire pit is going to sink you here. But aside from that, look, there's a lot going on here. So there's a lot to digest. And I think for me, I'm going to try and keep it global based on just the amount of the overall amount of structure, in conjunction with the fact that there is quite a bit of clearing that's going to be going on in the lot. I don't disagree with you with respect to the fact that primarily visible would be the double gable of the main, the larger mass of the main dwelling, which is what we're reviewing now, the main dwelling. But overall, I mean, I'm looking at the above image 2. Actually, this image that's on the screen is great. For me, to the extent any of this is visible, I think what's problematic is, other than the fenestration, there's not a common vocabulary between these on the main house I'm talking about in particular, but also if you're looking at the overall site, the structures. There's a lot of different elements, and they're not necessarily speaking well to one another. So I think that that's creating some concern amongst members. I'm not speaking for them, but it's just like perceptively it's a concern. If we could scroll to the aerial that's number 2 above, it says in the lower right hand corner above. Yeah, if you could zoom in on that one, yes, please. If you could get in a little bit as close as you can. Yeah, that's good. So, Joe, I mean, this just illustrates the bigger point for me, is that if you're looking at even the main structure, the primary dwelling, the vocabulary, there isn't a lot of common language, again, other than the fenestration, which is that there's 4, 6, and 15 light windows and doors. The roof masses are completely different. And then that, as I just broadcast, translates into the other applications for me with the hip roof structure at the rear, the triple gable, the double gable with the joining, the cupola structure. So those are pretty much my broad-based comments. I do have a question with respect to the siding on the lot. Is it possible for this to go slightly forward towards Pondview Road? I mean, I'm not saying like 20 feet from Pondview Road, but is there 20 feet for it to go closer to Pondview so that the screening towards the rear could be supplemented by having a deeper area for planting and perhaps even some berming with planting?
Stephen, you mean move the whole thing, the whole project further,
Yeah.
not just the house?
Yeah, because Joe, for me, one of the biggest things here again is going to be the visibility, and I think from Pondview you're more limited, certainly, but with the openness that's being created, I like the little putting green, or whatever that is. But the idea that we're relying on this 20-foot buffer of vegetation along the rear of the property for something as is currently proposed it's just, I think that's also creating some issue. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. So in many different ways, I think that the board members have expressed sort of what I now realize is my concern, which is you've given us a lot of candy, a lot of 1.5-story buildings with dormers and everything. And like to Abby's point, she likes the part that's 1.5 story with the dormers, and it contrasts so dramatically with the full 2-story, very symmetrical 2 gables. So, I think that's the only thing you really got to focus on. You've gotten a lot of comments. I think you have a lot to digest, but I think that's the main issue, is the fact that you got this two-story thing with that's symmetrical and very formal, roof walk sitting right in the middle of all that. And then the rest of the outbuildings seem to be sort of low and hunkered in. And I think there's a big contrast there. So that's all I'd like to say. Maybe we could request some revisions on this one from one of my board members.
So
I
moved.
think so.
I'm going to take the so moved, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Val,
Aye.
thank you, Abby.
I,
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
And Stephen?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so the motion carries. Should we track the guest house further, or is this, oh, it's up. Do we want to, okay. Want to review this, guys?
I would make the same comments. The second floor is a concern, the large glass.
knock the cupola off.
Okay, so hold on, let's make sure, we'll get this in order now, if we're going to actually be doing our opinions. So Val, you got second floor, did you say cupola or was that Abby?
That was Abby, but it's overall the whole composition as we just discussed. And I think when you pluck out the middle and have all these structures in this big open space, there is going to be a lot more visibility, more than you probably think there is going to be. And so it should at least be a little bit more cohesive.
Okay. Thank you. Abby, you want to continue? We know you don't. like the cupola.
I just, is this a Russian family? I'm overwhelmed by somebody said the global look of this place. I don't know I don't recognize where we are. Is this Nantucket? I'm looking at this is the third building. You gotta,
Well,
I don't know
this is officially the second building. So
Right,
far, we've
so-
only reviewed the main house, and this is the guest house.
well, I'd like to see no height over 23 feet. I'd like to nix the cupola. I think the fenestration is overwhelming, just for starters. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree. My prior comments stand. I think someone said something about global, and I would motion that we track after your comments, of course.
And we also have Diane that I'd like to hear.
Diane's, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so Diane, how about your comments?
Just to take one, if you look at the north elevation on the left-hand side and the north elevation on the right-hand side, the window up on the second floor under that cupola is the left-hand side one is the proper size. In the right-hand side, it's narrow. The windows are crazy. I don't know what they are in the east elevation, what that line thing up on the second floor is. And all the sliding glass doors, French doors, whatever they are on the east elevation, I think that the fenestration should be reviewed. It's does not follow anything, and the big window and the west elevation is nutty. And the first floor where people are walking, there's nothing. So what's that round thing on the west elevation?
Looks like a porthole window.
Yeah, well, so it is.
Mm.
I would try to bring some fenestration down to the first floor, and I do as Val has said, it's going to be more visible than you think. By the time this is all in there, and there's no proposition made to say all vegetation will remain replaced and everything else in perpetuity, I think it needs to be sort of put together a little bit more.
Okay. Thank you. My comments, I'm not loving the cupola, particularly the way that it's rendered. And I think that the fenestration is chaotic. So I'd like to see some more organization to the fenestration. And that would be sort of a comment that could be applied compound wise, like from building to building. I think the fenestration should be more homogeneous. Those are my comments. So should we vote for some revisions on this one?
Make a motion to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Diane. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. That motion carries. Thank you, Joe. We'll see you next time. Okay, folks, we are now along to the new business carried over from the 7th of December. And as I'm sure you all know, the very first item was moved to consent. That's the emergency demo ex post facto of the building that burned down in Woodbury, or exploded, I should say, in Woodbury Lane. So we're really starting this off with 59 South Shore Road. Looks like we had some color changes. Linda, are you on board?
I'm here, my third Zoom meeting today.
Okay, great. So Diane, Linda, you have all of the regular members, none of whom I believe have any conflicts. So your board is the regular board. Okay, you want to go?
I would have liked to have Steve because I believe he sat on this every other time.
Well,
But
it's a new application.
I know. He
Yeah,
just knows
sorry.
that what we're doing.
Them's the rules.
In a
Okay.
nutshell, we figured out a color pattern for these two barns now that we're coming down up there at the on Westmore. What a
Okay,
feat that is. So what we're doing is we want to put a standing seam on the barn part itself, not the additions, which are still natural to weather and natural shingles, not barn board.
okay.
So the standing seam would be only on the barn part. It would be a dark bronze. It's brown. It's dark bronze. And the trim would be dark bronze to match the roof, and the windows are that bronze color. And only where you see barn board is that going to be a whitewash.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, you guys approved one out on Pulpus. I was shocked. I saw one right after Quidnet and before.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah,
was
the
a
one- the
TJ
one that's supposed to
project.
be invisible, but.
It's not invisible. These
No.
are.
So that
Well,
proves our point.
Linda. So two wrongs do not make right. Bringing up bad precedent that we all regret that we approved is not necessarily a good idea, but so continue.
No, but the
Continue
point
your
is here,
presentation.
it's not visible. We've already established that these barns aren't visible. And this doesn't actually face South Shore Road. It's the gable end. You go back to the site plan, Holly, or whoever's got control of the site plan. There we go. Where are we? Upside down. Somewhere in there, yeah. This is still 450 feet off the road. The red one is sort of blocking that center section. It's not touching the ends are still saying shingles, especially on the red barn. There are two shingled additions on both ends of the red barn. So all you see is the shingle end of the red barn. The white on the red barn is facing away from the road. The green barn is just that center section. It is under those heavy eaves facing, southwest, I think, southeast and away from the road, but you can't see it. We've already established that, which is why everything else is gone here.
Now, Linda, can I just ask a really crazy, obvious question here?
Yeah.
All right. We approved the move on of both of these barns, as we all know.
Uh-huh.
Are they being moved now?
They already moved. This is the new location away from the guy to the left.
Well, okay. So to that point, they're in place. They're there.
No, they're coming down up at the cliff, board by board.
What does that mean, board by board?
They're posts and beams. You can't move them out of that location. We have to take them literally apart and mark all the beams.
Oh, my God.
Well, there seems, and maybe I'm incorrect on this, but there seems to be a little bit of pushback on the white vertical board siding that you're proposing for the so-called green barn. And my question is, why do you need to have an answer before the thing is even on the site?
Well, we sort of have to have an answer on the standing seam roof.
Okay, well,
That
you
has to
know,
be worked.
maybe we get to that because, okay.
And
So-
the windows, because we have to order the windows.
All
It
right,
might
so
be
let's take at the window, take a look at the windows and you'll tell us about those. And then I want to hear from the board members to see what our priorities are here. Okay. So you're
There
changing
is an
from-
example of the standing seam, I believe, below this. If you keep going, I put all the information on the standing seam roof in there. There's actually a picture of it
Well,
on a
what
barn.
what I think most of us would like to see is the color.
Let's keep going. Getting seasick.
Yeah.
That's the color. It's not white. It's sort of a white, China white wash, which is more of a
Wait a minute.
tannish.
That's for the sidewall. That's not for the
Yes.
roof, right?
No, the roof is below this.
That's what I'd
That's the
like to see.
color. That's the color of the trim to match the windows in the roof.
Okay.
Keep going. This is the color that the window people told us matches the roof. This is the roof. But there is
Okay.
a picture of the roof on a building just below it.
That's not the same color.
Well, apparently
What
that
is
is the
that?
color because that's what the company said it was.
Oh, to me, it does look bronze.
Bronze, and the windows are bronze on this as well. And we're gonna have bronze trim where there is trim, but there's obviously not a lot of trim on this thing. And that's another picture of it right there.
Okay. Are you proposing the same sort of color scheme for both of the barns? Just out
Yes,
of curiosity?
exactly. We don't
Yes.
want them all over the place.
Okay. So here's what I want to do. Now that we've seen everything and we got a feel for it, I want to open it up to the board.
Because I can hold the siding, but that's gonna be a
Well,
barn
yeah,
door.
no.
It's gonna be rough either way.
I want to find out where the priorities and concerns are, basically, from the board members. Okay, let's see. Val, are you ready?
Yeah, can we scroll back to the drawings? Or are those drawings of what's here?
No, this is what's proposed. This is the green barn.
Right, so you're changing out the wooden barn doors for glass doors
Yes.
on both sides, so it's like a tunnel that you see through.
Well, you can't see through it where it's located, so yeah,
Just
essentially. Where they're
Listen,
gonna have the
Val.
sliders that go
Oh
across
my
them.
God.
Linda,
Yep.
let's just hear Val's comments, okay? Go ahead, Val.
I actually don't mind the roof and the roof color or the windows. I do think I take issue with the siding.
The
It's
color.
kind of a disconnect for me that you would go so dark on a roof and then make the siding white. It's beautiful natural to weather as it is now, or a gray color. I would simply suggest that if, once the building is constructed, we make the call based on what we can see.
Right. Make the call about the siding.
Right, the siding.
So just
All
to be
right.
clear, so that Linda can walk away with some sort of understanding. So you're okay with the standing seam roof? And it seems like
Yes.
you're okay with the windows as proposed.
Yes,
Okay, very
And the
good.
trim color, the bronze trim color matches the roof and the windows. It's the siding color, I take it, that everybody's having a problem with.
I believe-
it seems kind of a disconnect to have such dark roof and trim and then do this white. It's like a formal
Agreed.
house on Main Street.
Okay.
Totally agree. All right, thank you, Val. How about you, Diane?
I do not mind the seam roof at all.
Okay.
We've used it before. We've used it up in Quidnet and stuff, and I think it fits the barn, and that's good. I would like to see and I like the bronze of all the trim. I would like to see the arched roof over the 4 sliders. Is that already on the building and
That's
coming with?
already on there.
Yeah, that's already on there.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what was, been a long time since I've seen it.
Quite
So
pretty.
the shingles on the other part, I think if we follow the fenestration that has been existing, I guess it's good. And as has been suggested, to pick the color when we see how much of the wall space we can see out of the building.
Okay.
but I think the major part we'll see is the split roof. And I think that's good looking and in the color that they've picked.
Okay, thank you, Diane. How about you, Abby?
Sorry, I muted myself.
That's okay.
I agree with what's been said. I'm okay with the standing seam in bronze and the window. I'm assuming that Belvedere, whatever that thing is on the building now.
Yeah,
Yes.
both of them have monitors on them.
Okay, so yes, but I think the China white is too contrasty, and I'd like to see another color proposed. Thank you.
I can pull that part of the application.
Hang
guys.
on there, hang on. So John.
Yes.
John? There you are, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Go ahead, John.
They call that a barn?
He hasn't one here. Wasn't
Yeah,
here
so
before.
John, this barn was relocated from over by Westmore. It's the
Right.
same, basically the same barn, they're just moving it to South Shore Road. So
Right.
that part is already approved. I don't believe you sat on that. So all they're requesting is this bronze standing seam barn roof, a couple of window changes that you see, and this white siding that I think the majority of us are going to want to hold until we actually get the building built on site. So what are your opinions?
My opinion is if the, most likely my favorite thing is the cupolas. They don't, some they fit on, some they don't. The structure itself, whether, I question, I didn't get to view it. But
Well, so
I take the other people's
oh,
opinion.
okay.
If three out of five say it's fine, I'll be quiet. Thank you.
Okay. Hey, thanks, John. So I'm, Linda, like everybody else, I'm fine with the bronze roof. I'm fine with the window changes. The only thing that I'm ambivalent about is the color for the sidewall. So
I'll pull that.
I think that we can make a motion to approve the application with the exception of the white vertical board on the sidewall.
All right, and I'll come back with that color again.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
moved.
Once it's in place, we'll review it again.
Yep.
Can somebody give me that motion?
So moved.
Okay. And Linda, just to sort of streamline things a little bit, we're basically looking at the same package for the red barn, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so listen, I think we could make a motion for both of these applications, approving the metal roof and the window changes and holding on the white paint on the vertical batten board.
Okay, that goes for both applications.
Okay, thank you, Abby. So on Abby's motion, Val. Val?
He's muted.
Sorry, aye.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. John?
No.
Okay. Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Just to note, if we don't, just Mr. Chairman, if we don't get back shortly with a color change, we're going to go through this color thing on the board and batten again.
Yeah.
We're going to have to seal the board and batten. Hopefully I'll get back before we have to do that. But just so you know, we're going to have to prime that board and batten no matter what color you guys approve. So
Yeah.
don't be shocked if that shows up on the board and batten. We got to seal that board and batten because we're using the rough side of the board and batten.
Understood. I think the issue is not so much with the finish as the color.
Okay. Great.
Okay. So thanks, Linda. Now we're
Thank you,
along to
guys.
25 Bunker Road. If no one's recused from this, we have our full board. And who is on board to represent this? Tim?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Tim Holmes with Sunwind.
Yep. Okay. Bunker Road, yep. Okay. I think everybody knows where Bunker Road is by this point. This is a Butler building. You have photographs of this building, Tim?
No, because the building, it literally just went up,
Oh,
during the process, over the last 2 weeks.
fair enough.
It wasn't even a steel shell when I submitted this.
Yeah.
It is now built, has the panels on the walls and the roof at this point now.
Okay, so Tim, that area where your lettering is right now, I'm going to assume that's part of the airport runway area, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and then there's that everybody knows there's that chain link fence that cordons that off. That's running along that back line. Okay, so anything else to say on this?
No, we just, we're putting, it's roughly 135 panels. We have to have them just due to this is a standing seam metal roof on this building.
Right.
Due to the standing seam metal roof, we have to clamp onto the seams and we're sort of married to the spacing of those seams. So it's not going to be a contiguous array up there like we typically would try to. We're going to have about 10 inches in between the rows.
That's those little white lines, those vertical white lines. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. Yep. Those. It's just due to the spacing of the roof, the size of the panels, and not that it matters to anybody else, but it does adds a little bit of a convenience factor for a large scale building like this to have a little bit of access to get up there and do some maintenance if needed.
Okay. All right. Is that it?
Yep. Unless you have any questions for me.
Well, let's see what our board members have to say. Anybody care to start on this one?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thanks, Val.
Hey, Tim, what color is the roof?
It is a dark green, like a hunter green.
Dark green. Okay.
Okay.
Any other comments, Val?
No.
Okay. Abby?
Sorry, I'm having a barking issue. I'm in general, I'm okay with it. But yeah, I mean, it's not my favorite. Let's go to somebody else.
Okay. Diane?
Hi. On the new building with solar array, one side is white and the other side is black. It's the black we're looking at, right?
Well, yeah, but that's not actually white.
I know. I just
Okay.
made that for the. I may be stupid, but not that
No, I
stupid.
just was making sure.
That I wasn't that stupid.
No, I know that's true. I mean, I know
Who
that
does
you're
it
not.
belong? Who does it belong to?
This property is Nantucket Energy.
This is your own building, sort of. Then, huh?
Propane company.
It's not Tim's
Oh, yeah.
building, no.
It's not Tim's building.
No.
Okay, it's Phil's building, right? Must be.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I don't think that we have a problem there. We're going to get solar panels out on Bunker Road. It's probably the best place to have them.
Mhm.
So I have no problem with it. It's a time of the century, and we're going to have them. So there you are.
Okay, thank you. John?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve it as submitted.
Oh, well, great. Thank you, John. I think that motion will carry. Let's see. On the motion, Abby?
Yes.
Okay. Diane?
Yes.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
All right. John, you're in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Great. And I'm in favor too. So that motion carries. All right. There you go, Tim.
Thank you all.
All right. Next up, we are at 2 Yawkey Way, and Val is representing this. So why don't we pull Carrie in? If you're there, Carrie.
I am.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so Val, you want to give us an update?
Sure. This was a development with a bunch of duplexes that Dwayne Jones put up in 2007.
Mhm.
He is finally getting around to finishing all of them and closing out the permits. And there were some changes made during construction that we would like to get signed off.
Okay.
Minor window changes. And well, this is the inspection, and then after this will be, I believe, the drawings.
Okay.
Some trellis isn't there. He had a dormer approved and didn't build the dormer. Pretty minor stuff. Didn't put some lattice up. So there's the drawings of what was approved and then the photos of what is.
So Val, I thought I'd seen, it looked like something was supposed to be 1.5 stories and went to 2 stories. Oh, so that's what you just bubbled in yellow, right?
No, that was from the 2004 approval for that building.
Oh. Because when you say there's no dorm, oh. Okay.
So what you're looking at of the drawings is what was the last approval. On the first few page, I haven't bubbled anything on this page because I don't believe it's, well, or is this the inspection page from the inspection and they circled those?
I have to defer to Kathy.
It was done as approved.
Wait. Kathy, could you tell us what's going on here, please?
So that was a failed inspection. So what I did was copied the approval and circle what was missing. This is the photos.
So, okay. Can I ask a question here?
Yeah.
See, we're looking at the south elevation.
Yeah.
And the left-hand gable is bubbled, but the right-hand piece shows a dormer, okay? And that's that salt box thing that I saw in another elevation. Now, if we go back to the photograph of that, it looks like there's no dormer because it's full 2 stories right there. Stop.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
You're
so
right.
it's gone from being a salt box to being a 2-story building.
Yeah, that's how we got rid of the dormer. You're absolutely right.
All right, just making sure. Okay. So unless there's, let me hear from the board members on this. So Carrie, can we start with you? Carrie?
She's muted.
You're muted.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself. I think it looks like an approvable building.
Okay. All right, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Diane?
Yeah, it's followed the general places.
Okay.
Is
John?
somebody talking in the background?
Yeah.
Yeah. So NCTV, if you can find out who that is, please unmute them. John, where are you on this?
Okay, we'll see what happens.
Oh, it's John.
Not just talking.
Oh, is
Somebody's
he,
visiting.
Somebody there.
is he AWOL?
Yeah.
Oh, well,
I
listen.
think we can pass this. We should probably,
Yeah, let's go. Can somebody make a motion for
yeah,
me?
your
Make a
motion to
motion
approve.
to approve.
Okay, I'm gonna take Abby's motion. On the motion, Carrie,
Aye.
thank you. Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, so that motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay? So, the next one is Thornwell, so we're gonna need somebody to sit Oh, no, we can do the regular board on this. So regular board, 5 Gardner Perry. Go ahead.
Which one is this, Karen?
This is Gardner.
5 Gardner Perry.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, Luke.
Okay. Yeah, this is a simple project. Existing house up on a hill off of Garden at the end of Gardner Perry Lane. And we're just adding some subterranean aspects to it, really, some window wells, basement access.
Yeah. And a triple.
Doors, yeah, so if we go elevation by elevation, the front elevation, as you can see, is underground windows and the back side of the staircase. The southwest side is 2 underground staircases, underground windows. And then the rear, we have a triple door and replacement window. And on the east side, a stairwell window replacement.
Okay. All right, board.
I'm okay with this. I don't have any photos and I did not view it. I apologize, but I think fundamentally it's fine.
It sits kind of high on the hill, so it's even. It goes up. It looks like maybe about 3 or 4 feet from street level, which gives
Look, why is the one window on the northwest elevation, why is that turned into 2 crank outs? Could that just stay like a 6/6?
I think it's preference for kitchen.
Oh.
It's a kitchen window. You know, it's a function of like how difficult it is to open those double hungs.
I mean, I don't really care, but and it is you know, this building already exists, and these are simple changes, so I'm fine with this.
Okay, great. Thanks. Diane?
Yeah, we've worked on this building quite a long time ago, and I am fine with it.
Okay, good. John, are you with us? John? Is John elsewhere?
He's muted and he's not in his little box.
Okay.
You know, this is so simple. I'd like to make a motion to approve it as is.
Yeah, okay. I think even though I could have pulled an associate member in, I didn't. So I'm just going to move forward with a 4-person board on this.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to, for the record, if you don't mind, this is within the old historic district. HSAB did not review it, but this structure was built in the 1980s. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Well, no, that's good. Good information. Thank you.
Thank
Makes
you.
us all feel better.
But my motion stands.
Yes. Okay. So Abby, on the motion, Val?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Aye.
And chair's in favor. I'm in favor. So that motion carries. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. And next up is 15 Harborview. But I want to, so John?
Yes.
Okay, you're here.
Yes.
We haven't heard from you in a little while, so hopefully you can join us on this application. Okay, 15 Harborview, let's go.
Are you ready for us to just dive in and explain? Or how do you want to do this?
No, I think it's okay for you to go. We have your stuff up on the screen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to let Janet Schulte, who is the town's Director of Culture and Tourism, just explain how this project came to light, and then I can go over the application itself.
Okay.
I'm
Okay,
happy to do
Janet.
that. I'm happy to do that. There's a regional project going on that is highlighting the impact of the blue economy, which is the fact that our economy is tied to the water for recreation, for fishing, for transportation, for transportation, a number of different reasons. And the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce has created this program that's totally gifted and free to the town to be part of a network of these sites that tell the particular history or the economic impact of the ocean on our local economy. They've asked Nantucket submitted an application to be part of this, and we would be telling a story about how the water has shaped Nantucket's history and its future. And we're focusing on things like transportation, recreation, and fishing as part of that story. So this panel that would be put up is similar to the ones that are going to be in about 20 sites around the Cape, in the South Coast, in the South Shore. And it's designed as a trail for people to travel to. So it promotes tourism, some visitation, but it also tells the history of Nantucket through this particular display. There will be a QR code on the panel that will link people to a website that tells a little bit more, that tells a lot more about what the history, Nantucket's connection to the water is, which is obviously a big deal. So I think it has a strong connection to our historic legacy. And it's an interesting way for the islands, because there's one on the Vineyard too, the islands and the Cape to connect together about this shared history.
So I have a curiosity question.
Sure.
I think for the staff, probably. Is this a sign?
It is something of a sign, and we will put it before the sign committee. We know we have to do that as well, but it's also a structure. I believe it has a bench on it. Isn't that right, Erica?
Yeah, but I think Ray was directing that towards his staff, not us.
Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah, but I mean, just as long as the question gets answered by someone. So ordinarily, if it's just a sign, it's going to the sign advisory committee and they'll render an opinion based on size and all that kind of thing. So what I would like to do on this application is, out of deference to the sign committee, not render opinions on the signage until they've had a crack at it first, okay? But I suppose we could talk about the structural component of this thing, which appears to be shingled. Could you tell us a little bit more about that?
Sure. So it is, and it's 8 foot wide, and it's 8.5 feet tall.
Yes.
And it's got a half wall, and it's just going to be regular shingled on both sides of the half wall. The top of the half wall is actually a thermally modified wood. And keep in mind that these are all materials that are being used in every location. So they're trying to not stray from the design, because they want continuity between each of the towns that this is being located in. So we tried to choose a design that seemed to have the least amount of impact. The shingles will be natural to weather. The top of the half wall will be natural to weather. The one thing is the frame itself is actually steel, and it's painted steel. They want it to be, what is it, pale navy blue. I will note that the playground structure itself that this is going to be adjacent to is also blue steel. Just putting that out there. And I have photographs of
which structure?
The playground structure that's at Children's Beach.
Is that something that we've approved? Oh, it's already there.
It's already there.
Okay.
So I'm just pointing out the similarity in the
okay.
steel.
All right.
And as you can see, Holly, can you guys go up one more just to show the different designs? Right there. So we when we were talking with the design team that put all this together, we really tried to hit home the fact of our historic makeup of Nantucket, and tried to really choose a design that was in keeping with the downtown, in keeping with the waterfront. And this is what we chose. Again, there is going to be the signage. It's all going to be the same everywhere, and we are waiting to go before the sign advisory committee, but they are the group that's doing this, the Cape Cod Chamber of Commerce, is still working on the actual verbiage of those signs. So we just wanted to get an idea if you think that the structure itself would even fly.
Fair enough.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
HSAB did take a look at this.
Great.
So HSAB also recommended that the sign council take a look at this as well for the sign. So I'm glad to hear that that's being also looked into. As far as the design itself, there were concerns on the metal framing and a recommendation to have wood, understanding that this is a comprehensive, project throughout the Cape and the islands. It sounded like the lady from the Chamber of Commerce who was in attendance to HSAB was able to take that into consideration. There was a recommendation of using either mahogany or cedar 4x4 to keep in contact with Nantucket's architecture, be natural. And there was also a discussion about the location, understanding what this is for. I'm trying to get to the site plan. However, the location on Children's Beach would seem to be concerned of maybe possibly being inappropriate. There was a discussion of possibly having it more towards the boardwalk near the Children's Beach playground to make it more like an arbor. There was a comment about the material and the color being a little more foreign for Nantucket. But I would say that overall, this could be something that could be adapted to Nantucket's more whaling architecture versus this contemporary feature that's being proposed. So there were comments criticizing really the more or less the metal component of the structure.
Okay. Thanks, Holly.
Am I able to screen share at all? I wanted to show you the one picture that I have that I took of the site. So it would be over here where, I don't know if you can see where my mouse is, but just behind these chairs.
You can see that.
But the structure here is this blue metal. Just pointing that out. And I thought that there had been some discussion about bringing it back closer to the concession stand, but I took this picture specifically from the concession stand to show that if it was here, your view is going to be completely obscured by the playground structures.
Oh.
So.
And it totally denies what the story is that we're trying to tell about the blue economy. If you're looking at a playground, you really don't get to the blue economy or the blue part of the economy.
I see.
Thank you for letting me do that.
Okay, thanks. Board members.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
How high is this building or square or whatever? How high did you say it was?
Sorry, it's 8 feet wide and 8.5 foot high.
Is it a cube?
I don't know, but
no, it's just a panel.
Okay.
We really tried to keep any of those three-dimensional aspects out of this.
If this is supposed to tell about our fishing and all that, I wondered why you picked Children's Beach rather than the town pier and the new building going up for the harbor master. That might be a better place for it and not quite so out there. I mean, people going to Children's Beach are going to the beach to play. People going out to the town pier and to the harbor master building are going for fishing. So I just wondered if
May I answer that?
We had a group that picked this site. It included the harbor master, the natural resources director, myself, and somebody else. And it was felt that this site really showed the diversity of how activities at the ocean impact our economy, including recreation, sailing, fishing, transportation, and maritime education that you don't get. We talked about the town pier, but it doesn't have the breadth of, you don't get in that little window, the breadth of activity that you get standing at Children's Beach.
Okay,
I'll take a
Diane?
stab. I'll take a stab.
I want to make sure Diane's all set. You good, Diane?
Well, I don't agree, but
Okay.
that's their answer.
Yeah. Okay. Abby?
Thank you.
I'm in favor of this. I think that maybe, you know, I'm assuming the adults are going to read the story to the kids. But you know, I think as proposed, it does match what's already there at the playground. So I think, you know, moving it to splintery wood is, I don't know what the board thinks, but I'm okay with the proposed. And I'd like to move it back, but I mean, I think it's right by that little, if we could go back to the site plan, it's right against that long piece of wood and a tar path. Oh, where is it?
Yeah. So Erica did do that screen share showing the
Yeah,
spot.
I guess we can't find that again.
You want
So
me to
basically,
Well,
I'm
bring it up
we can
again?
I'm in
show you
favor of it.
again.
Well, yeah, I'm feeling a Merry Christmas coming on here, and I think I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Val?
I have a question.
Mhm.
I'm looking at the site plan on my computer, and it has 2 rectangles, and they look like they're equally spaced apart, and then this is opposite in the middle of those. Are those benches?
Sorry, I'm not sure which page you're looking at.
Oh, it was on the site plan. Yeah.
Yeah,
to
the one
left.
pan
Yeah.
right there. So looks like it's centered between these 2
Yeah, benches.
It does look.
Yeah, there's the benches.
Okay. I'm just wondering, and this is just a question, if it would be more appropriate to be back by the benches, because where it is, people are just going to be looking at this instead of the ocean. It's just a question.
That would be fine. I think the intent is that you would walk up to it, and it actually provides a frame to take a photograph of what you're looking at, and then to check the QR code and see and get a little bit of the story behind it. But I think it would be fine to move it back between those benches.
Oh, okay. Was that it, Val?
Yeah, I just think standing alone by itself, when you're walking up to Children's Beach, you're just going to see this frame. And if it was sort of in between some structures that were already there, it may not seem as impactful.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, I'm okay with it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Val. John?
Yes, I have a question.
Yep.
You just showed the slide that's there for the kids to slide on. Right next to the restaurant that was there, there's a thing. It's got a tan roof on it, and it's blue. Can you bring that up?
This has this particular one has no roof on it, John.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I want to see the one that you had a slide of this.
I think scroll up.
Yeah. Well, right.
Are you talking about this one?
That's not what we're asking for.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
They're not asking.
I included this one just so you could get an idea of the wall on the right in this picture is kind of like our piece that we would be proposing. That's similar to what it would look like, but we're not doing the whole cube.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'd like to finish, I had some more questions.
No, you
Um,
you have the floor,
yeah.
John. Go ahead.
The one you just had up there
Hmm.
with the guy sitting there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that blue that's there, is that painted wood or is that steel?
It's steel, John.
Steel, okay, yeah.
Hmm.
Now, and how many of these are gonna be?
Just one.
One.
Just one.
Yeah.
In that spot?
Well, the spot
No.
it may move, John. So here down at Children's
I got you.
was going there, but it's going to move between the two benches potentially.
I got you. All right, thank you.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm okay with this too. I think moving it between the two benches to Val's point is a good idea, just so everything's sort of consolidated, so that there's less stuff on the site. So I think that we might be able to move this one along if somebody would venture a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Well,
one
oh.
question. Sorry.
Yeah, who was
Beth
that?
Erica.
Oh, hi. Yeah, go.
So, just to clarify for Val, so you're proposing moving it back between the benches, pretty much right on the edge of the grass, where the grass meets the asphalt there?
Oh, I hadn't even thought that
what you're-
concisely about it. I just was thinking that it would be less of a visual distraction if it was there, and I still think people will walk up and see it, but
Yeah.
I defer to the sign people too.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, which, by the way, when we make a motion, we should include sign committee on the verbiage and so forth. So, sorry, Val, does that mean that you've recanted your proposal to move it up so it's in line with the benches?
No,
Oh,
I
okay.
just hadn't given it that.
Okay.
Well,
specific-
I've given it that thought, and I think Val's right. I think it
Yeah.
should be moved back and in between the two benches that exist
Okay.
there.
All right. I
Right,
think we're all on the same page there.
So, motion
we
to
want-
approve with the relocation.
Yes, and could you just add to that that the sign itself will be reviewed by the sign committee?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Abby. So that's Abby's motion. On the motion, Diane.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No problem. Val.
Aye.
Okay. John.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
All right. And I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Next
Thank
up,
you.
we're at 48 Orange Street. Do we have somebody to represent this?
Tom Hanlon.
Hi there, Tom. Good, thank you. So let's see what you got going at 48 Orange. Regular board, by the way. Hey, Tom.
Okay, yeah. What we're looking to do is to, at the rear of the properties, put in a 16 by 16 bluestone patio. That's in the back. And then in the front, what they wanted to do is put in a 20 by 20 brick driveway, completely standard to everything that's in the area. I believe I submitted pictures for it. It's going to be in a running bomb pattern, which is typical of the area. Nothing special about it, just pretty much, putting in what's going around it, double wide driveway in the front. It's going to be in running bonds. There's an existing fence, and that fence, we're just going to remove enough of that fence to allow the driveway to go in. We're going to keep the rest of the fence that's already there.
Okay.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, but well, go ahead. But I do want to hear from HSAB, and I'm curious if there's anybody.
Oh, well, if they have something, have them go first and I'll
Yeah. Okay.
go right
So
after.
let's hear HSAB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the comments HSAB has is what's going on with the fence, how much is being removed. It was hard to discern that from the plans. There should be a fence plan. There should be a variation in material instead of all proposed brick. It was noted that a driveway off of Orange Street is typical of the area. My comment is, although the intention is to make the existing driveway off of Cassius Court into a proposed patio, which is up here.
Yeah,
The proposal looks like a second driveway, as noted, what it looks like now. And if it was going to be retained, it would have to have a planning board approval. However, if that's going to be closed off, then it should be separated from Cassius Court with vegetation to prohibit an additional parking, as well as there was nothing indicating of what the proposed patio material was going to be. The proposed brick driveway wasn't indicating on the site plan that Mr. D'Ambologna did of what type of bond it was going to be in relationship to the existing brick driveway or brick sidewalk. So those are their comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
okay, hey, thanks. So to that one point that you made there, Holly, about the Cassius Court driveway becoming the terrace, Tom? Yes. So if we go back to your site plan, we scroll back. So we see the curb cut is still there, you know, kind of those little lines curving into the property, but then nothing. So is the intention that that will all be vegetated now?
Intention is to take back the back lawn instead of having this large driveway in it.
Yeah.
So we'll be putting the patio in and putting grass around and putting vegetation to screen it all off. So it's essentially to turn it to a rear lawn.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it would be nice to see that on the plan.
Okay, well, that,
And the plan
Abby,
to show it.
yeah, so I just want to make sure, is anybody else in the queue that wants to speak on this application? If so, you may want to unmute and identify yourself. Okay, hearing none, I will move on. So Abby, do you want to continue?
I sure do.
Okay, good, thanks.
So if the one driveway is turning into like a patio for the backyard,
Yeah.
I think I'm okay with that. So let's turn to the new parking. It would be nice if they did something similar to that fence for gates that either swung back on themselves or somehow, you know, sort of related back to that existing fence, the same way the gate has a little swoop in it. It's too bad we're losing the cherry tree, but I guess you can't have both. But I'm assuming it's running bond, and
Yes,
and the apron is
brick, I
The
think.
sidewalk.
It's
Yeah,
a typical sidewall apron like every other parking lot that's on
so
our
that would
street.
be like what is that called? Soldier, like they're on their sides.
oh,
Bond soldier course that's on its side, typical of any apron on Orange Street, yes.
Right. That's what I have in my mind that it would be. So is there any more landscaping going to be around it? I don't see anything.
Actually, what we're going to do is just feather in existing landscaping into it. We weren't proposing anything additional, just an open driveway would have some screening on the top. It's going to be blending into existing planting beds. Existing planting beds, and so we were trying to make it as minimal of intrusion as possible.
Right. Well, I don't mind the proposed, but I'd like to see a little bit more about what the vegetation will be around the brick driveway and exactly where off Cassius Court, what will that look like exactly and where it is and what are the materials. So I just need a little more information, but
okay.
I'd like to hear what the other people say.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Val?
Yeah, I don't mind the new driveway. I would like a little bit more information on what is happening in the back. At least have it written on the plan so that we have it. It looks as though it still has some garage doors, so I wonder if they're just gonna drive over lawn and patio to use the garage, you know, at the end of the summer. And is there gonna be a gate or a fence there, or how are they gonna access that kind of thing?
Okay. Good
Those
point.
details for sure.
Okay. Diane,
Yeah. The cherry tree. It isn't just a little sprig of a cherry tree. It's been there for years
Yeah,
and
it's
years.
actually,
We're going to cut it down to put a freaking driveway in. I think.
yeah.
What is the age of that house? What is the age of 48 Orange
Mr. Chair, if I may,
yes,
it's a circa 1840 Greek revival.
thank
Right.
you.
So take down all the vegetation around it because the driveway is more important. I'm sorry. I just see it, everything that we have that is historically Nantucket, that creates a vision of what people come here to see. We cut it down because it's more important to have a driveway than it is to have a 40-year-old cherry tree. Do you have permission?
Less than 10 years old. It's
What?
It's not. It's only like a 4-inch caliper. It's a small tree. It's a young tree. I wouldn't say it's any more than 10 years old.
Oh.
I mean,
well,
it's
10
not the
years
big
old
one to the left.
is a pretty good sized tree. I don't know. You could go around it. You could build a garden, little brick circle around it, and have the driveway go up. That's all I have to say. I'm sorry.
No, thank you, Diane. That's understood. John.
Thank you. One question. It says here there's a driveway and a patio. Where is a patio on the road?
Let's go back this side. There you go.
Sell the goddamn house and get out of here.
So whoever is using the cursor, can they circle the patio for John? There you go. Right there, John.
Okay. What is a 10 by 10 just south of that?
Good question.
Patio.
It's a patio too?
Patio, yeah.
Did you say existing patio?
Yeah, it just happened to be on the plan.
Okay. Well, to that point, it would be beneficial. I think there's some board members that want to see how you're going to vegetate there. And it would be good to actually bubble what you're proposing changing, because it's unclear whether we're granting you a new 10 by 10 patio or whether that's existing. So that would be important to show.
I can certainly add revisions to the plan.
Before we make a thing for revisions, I think, could I add to Diane's point that I think it's possible, they just did this across the street and they had a couple of trees and they actually were able to put in a driveway and retain the trees. So maybe have another look at that. See if you can't work with trimming the trees back and work with those two trees.
We'd be happy to take a look at it. Our concern is there's a large, I believe, elm sitting, so you can see it in one of the pictures to the left, and the closer we get to that, we're fairly close already, and we certainly don't want to damage any of the root systems on that tree. So, because that one's hundreds of years old. So the idea was to keep the driveway as far away as we possibly could from the older, more mature tree.
And that's elm?
I'd have to check. You see it on the left there?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. Okay.
And so I'm trying to stay away from that because of the root systems that has.
Okay, yes, that's a big tree. Okay.
Wait, Diane, what are you trying to say there?
It is a town tree. He can't go anywhere near it without having Dale come and certify him and tell him how to do it. It is a town tree.
Near the town tree, Diane. We're trying to stay as far away from it as we possibly can.
Okay.
But you have to get checked out with Dale. You can't just do it.
You're aware of that, right, Tom?
I'm well aware of making sure Dale knows
I thought so.
about our town trees, believe me.
Okay.
I'll make a motion for more information about the patio off Cash's Court and and revisions.
Okay, that sounds
Mr.
good.
Chairman?
Yes,
Mr.
John.
Chairman?
Yes.
Yes. I'm looking at plot plan and
Yeah.
there's a 10 by 10 and a 16 by 16. Did I just hear somebody mention there's 2 patios?
No, well, there's actually a 10 by 10 that's existing, but they're only asking for the one that's 16 by 16.
Oh, I got you.
Okay.
Do they have any drawings of what it looks like?
Well, Tom is going to get us some additional information.
Hold for more information.
That was Abby's motion, I believe.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So on Abby's motion, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
This is hold for revisions, right?
Yeah.
Yes, aye.
Okay. Abby.
Aye.
Okay. And I'm in favor. Thanks, Tom. We'll see you next time.
Appreciate it.
Okay. I'm going to mute now because Lisa's here to take 2 applications at 17 Lincoln Ave. Okay. Diane, hopefully you can share that for me.
Yep.
Thank you. I'll mute.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How are you?
I like your yellow sweater.
Thank
love
you.
it.
It's kind of cheery on a dreary day.
Well, was it a dreary day though?
Well, no, you're right. It's going to be a dreary day.
Oh.
You're right. It was actually a pretty day. It was cold.
Cold but cheery.
Maybe I'll wear it again tomorrow. So is this first application is the move demo of a house that is up on Lincoln Circle. It's a house that we came to get changes. We got changes approved by you in probably July, I would say sometime, and July or August. No, actually it was September because Ray and I were in Tennessee. And it was to basically put a new foundation under this structure and lift it in its current location and make some minor changes to it. The issue is that the house was built the year that we moved here. So it was built in 90 to 91 in that range by Bruce Killen. It is just has experienced a lot of some mildew, rot, enough damage, and there are enough changes taking place that unfortunately it doesn't make sense to keep the building anymore. So the next 2 applications are, one is to move or / demo this existing structure. And this next one is to rebuild exactly what was previously approved.
Okay. Okay. So, Stephen, are you on this?
It's open, Madam Chair, I believe.
Right, I just want, okay, would you make a comment?
Actually, not. If you'd hold for just a minute, I've got the file. I'm just opening the file again.
There were some HSAB comments too, if you want to hear them.
Holly, do you have the ASAB?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes. So, understanding that this is not a historic structure, there was a comment about being a drastic use of resources, but understood the like-kind replacement. It is a cool building. There was a conversation about 30 years of a lifespan of a newer structure is pretty sad. Typically they last longer than that. Other than that, that was predominantly the comments. I did notate that there were no photographs in the application, but I believe we did receive them. I'm just looking for them now.
Yeah. Well, I have them here. Hopefully you have them.
Lot of house.
It is a lot of house, and it's an interesting structure. And I think the issue is that every window, it needs to be replaced. They were pine windows by Marvin, so they're rotten. you know, the work that's being done to the roof walk needs a new, you know, the roof structure needs to be replaced. There's mildew in the basement. The basement's only 8 feet deep. It's very low to the ground, so they have to lift the structure to put in the new basement and raise it so that it's not being drained down onto from Lincoln Circle. And so once you go through, and I think the sheathing was only 1/2 inch. The insulation isn't good. You know, once you go through all the other structural changes on the interior as well, it just becomes not logical to keep it.
And the intent is to reproduce it the same as it is right now?
Right now, that is the application in front of you, just to go back and reproduce it. We had some changes approved again last September. So there are some changes that I believe are in the next application, and it's to ask you guys to revisit, to just approve what had been previously approved as a renovation, as a new structure. And then, there will be some further changes as we develop the drawings.
All right, thank you. So Stephen, can you go along now?
Yeah, thanks. That was very helpful because I was looking at the demo drawings and I was looking at the new dwelling drawings, and they're remarkably the same. And now I understand why. Yeah, there's a lot of carbon sequestered in the structure that's going to be transferred to the landfill, which is very unfortunate. I'm not sure I understand the mechanics of why, but if it's not working as it is, then and it's too large to move off, that's for sure. And I'm sorry, Lisa, did you mention the actual age of the existing structure is some 30 years old?
It was built in 1991. It was under construction, and Ray worked on it when we first moved here for Design Associates.
Okay, and then you mentioned they're probably Brasco wood windows that are rotting or something like that.
They were Marvin pine windows.
Marvin pine. So it's not like any of those materials can be reused.
No, all the windows are being changed to mahogany windows given the exposure.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't love the idea, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen.
How about
John,
making a fire pit in
John.
the middle of Lincoln Circle?
Could we?
In the park?
Yeah.
Yeah. The neighborhood would probably appreciate that, huh?
Johnny, are you going to?
Hello.
Hi, you're next.
Oh, thank you. My comments on this, I remember it being built. And I said at the time, and I say it now, that you talk about over fenestration with glass. This is a prime example of what slipped through the commission of different members. All right. Do we have a picture of what they're going to replace it with?
It's exactly the same building, John.
It will be the next application, Johnny. So just remember this one, what you think, and then we'll look at the next building that comes up. So Abby, are you ready?
Yeah, I was thinking about the landfill too. And I'm thinking of what John said about, it's not that it's sort of overly fenestrated, and we're going to do it again. So it's a trick question. But I guess I'm okay with it. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
Sure. I think that, yeah, anything ripped down is a bummer, but the composition of the neighborhood and the character is going to remain exactly the same. So I'm fine with this. And
all right. Can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to notate for the record, and we did bring this up at HSAB, the NHL data for this lot did indicate a circa 1909 structure that was on the lot prior to this structure being built by Mr. Killen. I just want to notate that for the record in case anybody's looking at the NHL data.
Well, that's good. If we can note that, because that's one of the past histories of certain lots that's important. Thank you, Holly. So can I have a motion to,
Motion to approve is submitted as a
Thank you.
demo move off.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Johnny,
Hey, Madam Chair, would you read the motion, please?
the motion is to demo or move off.
Opposed?
Okay. Abby,
Begrudgingly, yes.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
and I will be aye because it would be too much to do over. So that is a 4-1 board. The next one is the new dwelling, which should make people feel better.
Well, it looks exactly the same. I don't know if it's gonna make people feel better.
So it is exactly the same as the old one.
Well,
So
it
there-
includes some revisions that you guys had previously approved in, that's why it's a little confusing. So the south elevation existing is what's there today. The south elevation previous approval is what you guys approved back in September for renovations to this building. And then the large one is basically the same thing as the reduction. We're just asking to rebuild what was previously approved at this point.
So we're going to go for the new south elevation with the benches on both sides of the front door,
Yeah,
right?
and the shed roof, yeah.
Yeah, that's what that's going to be.
Motion
And-
to approve. is
Madam
submitted.
Chair, there
Yes.
was an HSAB comment just to use TDL windows or mahogany windows was a comment.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
they're gonna be mahogany. They won't be TDL. I think
SDL.
I told
Yep.
Angus that they would be SDL because the existing ones are SDL, but they're gonna be, they will be mahogany.
Okay,
Okay, thank
through you, Madam Chair, if I may, could you scroll up, Holly, if you've got the screen? So Lisa, I just suggest, I mean, I want to make sure I understand this correctly, but I would suggest that if this is to be the new structure, it looks like the existing notation, I think you're trying to indicate that it's the existing height and the existing width,
Yes.
but you might just want to clarify that as opposed to having it being labeled existing because it's a new
Okay.
structure.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sorry, excuse me, I dropped
Yeah.
something. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I can have them change, put that on the drawings.
Yeah, just a little minor, just to avoid confusion, because it's a little bit confusing even knowing what's going on.
I know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, aye.
Okay. You're an aye. How about you, Val?
Aye.
All right, and Stephen on his,
Aye, through
Motion-
staff.
Excuse me,
Johnny was,
excuse me. I never
Johnny
heard a
was a
motion
nay.
made.
I made a motion.
I know,
I'll
I
make
heard
it
you.
again. I'll make it again.
Thank you,
Motion to approve as submitted.
thank you.
okay. Steve, on Val's motion.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, Johnny, on
Madam
Val's
Chairperson,
motion to
Madam-
approve the demo.
No,
Madam
no, no, we're on the new
Chairperson, yes, I voted against the demo. And we are on the new house now.
Okay, thank you.
Right, I was gonna make a
Yeah.
motion, to change that front door. That is not a typical Nantucket
Well,
door.
I'm trying to do the old motion. If you just wait a minute. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. And Val, on your own motion.
Aye. And I would just
And
say, so John understands, this was already approved as a renovation, so we're just
Approving.
reaffirming it as a new house instead of.
I understand that. I
Okay.
understand it. So that is a vote 4-1 for the demo of the building, the old building. Now the new building is coming up and all we're doing is approving what has been already approved. And that is the building that you're seeing now with this, with the benches on both sides of the front door and the shed dormer, not shed, excuse me, the doghouse dormer over the front door. That's what we are approving. It has been previously approved. So if I could have a motion on that, that would be good.
That was the motion.
I thought
I
we
mean,
just,
you.
Yeah, we just did that.
So, well,
that
no,
got,
Let's
that
do it
was
again, just to make sure
redone.
everybody's clear.
This is a
Motion is-
redoing of the other
This is where
motion,
the
so
magic
Johnny
happens.
understands what it is.
Got it.
John, I need a thing on this south or this house that has previously approved. I just need you to approve it or not approve it.
Oh,
Are we going on Val's motion again?
This is Val's motion to approve the new existing approved building. We had to do the demo.
Yeah, no, Diane, I
twice
understand that. I
because-
just wanted to make sure I understood whose motion it was, that for the record. That's all. Thank you.
It's Val's motion.
I'm an aye.
You're an aye. John, are you an aye?
I'm sorry?
On this motion to approve the existing building, I need an aye or a no.
You're gonna demolish it?
oh
No,
my
we've already,
goodness.
oh God, I gotta go.
I'm taking a
we
break.
have already,
Yeah, I'm taking a break. If I could get,
I am.
well,
Abby,
Valerie, was that?
Abby,
John,
Uh-oh.
Abby, how
Wait.
do you vote on?
I have voted 3 times for this.
Okay,
you.
well, all right,
Thank you,
the
thank you.
final
You may
motion is
take a
to,
break.
is the motion to approve the demolition on the docket now?
No, we already did
that
that.
already passed.
No. No,
Uh,
we have voted that twice. Now we are voting to approve an existing application. Just yes, you approve it, or no, you don't.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think John's having a problem hearing. John, we voted already on the motion for demolition. You voted against it. We're currently voting for the new dwelling, which was previously approved. Are you in favor or are you against?
And the new dwelling?
Yes. Are you? It's exactly the same as previously approved. Are you, as shown in the drawings, minor modifications, are you for it or against it?
I'm for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Abby has gone. She's done that. And Val, you.
I'm here, but not for long. Are we done with that?
Or did
Yes.
okay. Who voted for it?
Okay.
Everybody?
Everybody's in favor.
Okay.
Everybody.
Thank you. I just wasn't clear.
So you're
Thank you.
all-
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Okay, have a good time. I like see
Okay.
sweaters tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, folks. Hey, just by the two things. One, Abby and Val both need to take a rest break. So I'm going to enlist the help, hopefully, of both of my associate members if they're still with us. I know Steven's there. Are you in, Carrie?
Yes.
Okay, great. One other thing, just parenthetically back to that application of mine. I don't know whether you guys know this, but any construction debris, like a house coming down, gets put on a barge. It's not allowed to stay on Nantucket. It has to be shipped off.
Oh, okay, good to
Just
know.
so
But
that-
it
I
does-
mean,
it does go
it's-
somewhere.
It's trash. It's trash. Don't get me wrong. But it goes on a barge. All construction debris goes on a barge over to the mainland. So the mainland's getting bigger. We're getting smaller.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
a question. Did that Is that a new law? Did it come out of the selectmen's room or where?
I think it may have been a selectman thing several years ago because there's a
Almost 20 years ago.
it's a very large fee that's attached to demolishing, construction debris. So
Right,
yeah, they
okay.
put it all on a barge and somebody has a concession to bring it over to Fall River or something like that.
Thank you.
What's that?
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay, so now we're on to 104 Baxter Road. Lindsay, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, good. If you missed this part, Val and Abby are both on break. So your board is going to be Carrie, Stephen, Diane, John, and myself. Okay?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
So we're proposing putting a pool in the back of the house, directly behind the house, minimal hardscape, just a little patio at the end.
Okay, can I see the locus of this? I think I know where it is, but this is a house, I believe, that was moved to the other side of the street, right?
I don't know. I don't know the history of it.
Well, let me see the elevations. I think it's Madison's old house. Yep, exactly. This house used to, they basically turned it around and had it face, that porch used to face west. Now it faces east because their lot on the other side was eroding. Okay, it's at the end of Baxter. Or I should say.
Yeah, towards the end, yeah.
Towards the end of Baxter. Okay, is that it? The land slopes off a lot there.
Yeah, so it definitely sits lower, but I think in the back side of the house, it'll be level, like it's level with existing grade in the back.
Well, yeah, but vis-a-vis Baxter Road, it probably sits what, 6-7 feet lower?
It does, yeah, it definitely sits lower than Baxter Road for sure.
Okay, all right. I'm going to open it up to the board unless you have something else you want to say. Oh, by the way, do we have Sconset advisory on this?
Yes, sir. So, I will tell you that we did not have a quorum this week. However, I did receive some comments via email from some of the members.
Okay.
No concerns on visibility, however, concerned with having a pool in such proximity and potentially contributing to severe erosion in this location. Duly noted that it's been moved across the street though. No concerns on visibility, however, would love to see Baxter Road and Main Street not zoned for pools. Those are the comments that I received.
Okay, thanks. The erosion wouldn't be an issue because Baxter Road would be long gone before this ever became an issue at all. Okay, thanks. Board members?
I have just an opinion.
Go ahead, Diane.
The pool is 15 by 50 feet long with an 8-foot drop in the deep end. My concern is that's all sand, basically. It's not clay out there on Baxter Road. What does it do to the existing land and therefore the house and the porch when you build a pool that's almost as long with the landscaping as the house and 8 feet deep? That's my only concern on the good part of that. That just worries me.
Okay. You're just wondering whether the pool is going to undermine the house foundation.
Yes, yes.
Can you speak to that, Lindsay, at all?
No, it shouldn't undermine it. There's not much of an overdig with a pool, and we're like, I think it's like 8 feet away or something from the house. So I mean, we're structurally we'll be fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Diane. Stephen? You muted, sir? Let's see. Carrie, why don't we go to you?
Okay, I think it's going to be not visible, and that's the purview here, so I think it's approvable.
Okay, thanks. Stephen, are you still with us? Let's see.
He was.
Yeah, he was. What happened? Looking for him. John, where are you on this one?
Yes, sir. I know the property well.
Yeah.
My comment would be that if they're gonna put the hedges in, and it should be starting at a good height if they are, instead of small ones, because it takes 3 years to hide anything.
I think, John, I think the hedges are already in place. So if you look at the photographs
right
above the site plan, you see it's pretty heavily hedged already.
Right. I thought they were going to add to it.
Just at that upper.
We are adding at the
Oh,
very
yeah, that
end.
little tiny bit down at the bottom. Yeah, they are.
Oh, okay, it says continue. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
All right. If nobody has any problems with it, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Well,
Yes.
no one so far has had any problems, but somehow we seem to have lost Stephen, I think.
Yeah.
Stephen, are you around? Staff?
Mr. Chair, I do not see him in the queue.
Okay, well, listen. So we're going to have to go with a 4-person board on this. So it's John, Diane, Carrie, and myself. Okay? And I'm okay with it. So can somebody give me a motion?
I make a motion to approve.
Okay, thanks, Diane. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. And I'm in favor. That motion carries. Okay. 21 Milk Street. Let's see. Is anybody back? Let's see if Val is back or Abby.
Chair,
Abby's
Val.
gone.
Val and Abby are not back yet.
Okay. And Steven's not back.
No.
Boy, 10 little Indians.
Mhm.
Okay, so we'll move forward with a 4-person board on this and see how it goes. Same board, okay?
Mr. Chair, Stephen just entered the waiting room.
Okay. All right, so we do have Stephen, so 5-person board, that's good. Stephen?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, you missed Atlantic, that's fine, it got voted through, and now we're on 21 Milk. So if you could sit in, the board is Carrie, yourself, Diane, John, and myself until Abby and Val get back. So go, applicant. Do we have Twig on, by the way?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, we can, Twig, thanks.
Okay.
Yep.
Would you like me to describe what's going on?
Yes.
Essentially what we're doing is, can you hear me?
You're in and out, but we can see where the red bubbles are. You're adding that piece on and you're changing a door to a window.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't we scroll down and see what else happens here? Okay, adding the gable there, adding a little, I don't know what wall, something back there. Okay, keep scrolling. There's our additional gable on the left-hand side. And, and it's a little lean-to structure there. Okay, got that. Okay, and there's a 4th elevation, I believe. Yep. Okay.
Nice work.
All right. Comments from the board?
I'll make a comment.
Yeah.
I do have
think that
HSAB.
it is appropriate with the street and the location. I appreciate the 1-story and then the 2.5-story, and that the eve line is not all identical. I think that it, to me, is acceptable.
Okay. Okay, and I think I heard Holly say HSAB, and I apologize.
That's
Go ahead,
okay.
Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to also thank Mr. Perkins for attending HSAB. They overall were okay with the proposal. It was noted that the addition is actually onto a previous addition that was done in the 90s by Bruce Killen. So it's not on the original 1750s structure, which is good to note.
Yep.
There was a comment about making the roof step down for more additive massing on the south elevations, drop the ridge. Comment about dropping the fascia and the roof 1 foot for that additive massing to be helpful with the change. And then a comment about on the south, dropping the plate. But overall comments were very simplistic, and I think the proposal is in keeping with this historic structure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Holly.
Yeah.
Okay, so Diane, we heard from you. Let's see, Carrie?
I think this is great. I think it's really sympathetic to the old building, and I think it's completely appropriate. I think that mass on the south elevation is set back far enough that you don't need to change the ridge. I think in 3D, you'll perceive it very differently.
Correct. Yes. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Stephen, thank you.
Yeah, first I'd like to thank Twig for making this easier and Carrie for making it even easier because she said everything I would have said. Thank you.
Okay, great. John?
Well, what I said.
I'm sorry?
Comments on this?
Yeah, what are they doing on
Well, they're
the,
putting a little addition onto, if you're looking at that elevation there.
okay,
Okay.
thank you.
2 additions, you see those? And now if we just scroll down the elevations, you can see that they're bubbled. So
My question is, what is the roof change?
the roof change?
He calls for a roof change, 21
Oh,
Milk Street.
I think that just means he's doing a new addition. And then if we go around to the back, which would be the north elevation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. Listen, I think we can move to approve this guy.
So moved.
All right, thanks, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Carrie.
Aye.
Great. John.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor, so that motion carries. Thanks, Twig.
Thanks. Thank you,
All right,
guys.
see you later. Okay, Carrie's gonna, well, let's see who's back. Anybody back yet?
Abby.
Abby's back. Okay,
Hello.
Abby's back. Val is still out, right?
Yes.
I gotta go.
Okay, so Luke's gonna come on in. So the board on this one will be Stephen, Abby, Diane, John, and myself. Okay? Let's go.
Okay. So this building in Sconset was originally built in 1893 as a barn. And then in 1949, it was converted to a dwelling. The front elevation, so what we're going to be doing is putting an addition on the rear and doing something very minor on the front. If you go to the A2.1, you can see on the south elevation, we're extending the existing front porch to the left so it passes over the window.
Okay.
And that's it.
All right.
On the east elevation, we are proposing a side door and more traditional double hung windows to match the existing.
Okay. And looks like maybe you've got some air conditioning units that you're screening there.
And that's where the air conditioning units are. Yeah.
Okay, very good. Yeah. And we're looking at the side of a dormer that we're about to see.
That's the side of the dormer in the rear, yeah, which looks back towards a wooded area. And it's just a one-story one-story shed dormer that we've adapted to that lower window on the left on the north side. And then just to make a usable bathroom, we're proposing the flush dormer because the bathroom is up there is virtually unusable.
Okay. And then some windows on the remaining west elevation there.
Yeah.
Okay, which like at the moment has no windows on it, huh?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Now I'm sure we have sconset advisory on this.
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay.
One thing that I will note that I didn't see in the application were photographs. I could be wrong. I can't remember. We had a
That
conversation
would be
about
helpful,
that.
yeah.
Yes, there were no photographs in
there-
this PDF.
Those were submitted.
Okay.
So that's I'm sorry that they didn't somehow get them, but yeah, we did submit photographs. I have them in my pack.
Okay. I will note that the proposed removes an existing skylight on the north elevation, so I think that's a plus in that regard. But Sconset's comments, the porch will be visible from the street along the front, and this was discussed in depth. Should be more than just 2 posts. AC units should be on the back, which I don't believe we realized that those were AC units, but I think that was the comment of pushing it more away from the front of the facade. Setback from the road, have porch just over the front door. It seemed this configuration was discussed. It was a little, I'm not sure, concerned on, and maybe that could be the fact that this was a barn structure and then has been converted within last years of its life. What you said, in the 1950s, into a structure, but dormer on the rear needs more windows on the back. Take up more of the dormer. Maybe adding either a ganged window or 2 single windows with some spacing in the middle. But however, it was noted that that is probably not going to be visible. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are their comments.
Okay, thanks, Holly. All right, board members. Abby, you're back. You want to start?
Sure, can we go to the site plan and a photograph of the building, please? And it, is this across from the, I guess, the casino?
Yeah. Yeah, just slightly further towards the water from the casino.
What,
It's right there. Yep.
that one, okay, thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
So I agree with the Sconset Advisory Board that the new porch doesn't really, it's sort of overpowering. I wonder if just something simple over the front door would be more appropriate, and it would keep its barniness. It's not really reading, if we go back to that front elevation, the south elevation, it seems a little awkward. And then where's the side dormer? It must be,
You mean the one that you're seeing on this right-hand side of the east elevation?
yeah, where is that? That's on the,
It's on the back of the building. That's that
Yeah.
dormer right there, yeah.
yeah, that, I don't understand why there aren't 2 windows in there at least for a dormer
Well,
that
he needs this
size.
space for his bathroom, but that's not your problem.
Yeah, that's not my problem.
It is not.
No,
But
we can do that.
well, whatever, or shrink it down to fit that window. But it looks, it doesn't really fit the dormer.
Yeah, that's not,
And could we slide down to the east and west? Or up? Yeah. Yeah, I could see putting it, look at the existing, there's no windows on it at all. I could see fenestrating some more on that west elevation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see, Diane. Diane?
She's muted.
Diane, you're muted.
Unmute.
There we go. You got it.
All right. I think in the dormer that's got the bathroom in it on the second floor,
Yeah.
that I can see that they need the width to get some headroom in that dormer, but I would like to have 2 lights up there. And also, as Abby said, the light down on, I've only got the north elevation. If you could drop it down a little bit so I could see on the west elevation, we definitely need more fenestration. You've got 2 mulled windows and 1 other window in the whole house. It's better to have 1 window in the little shed and 3 windows on the first floor if you're going to make it look somewhat sensible. And so I've seen the north elevation and the west elevation. Can I go down 1 more? One more. Let's try just one more. South elevation, perhaps.
Holly?
There it is. That's the
Oh.
front door, yes. And it's been mentioned to reduce the roof over the front door. I agree with that. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Stephen?
Oh, Ray, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
We didn't show it on our drawing because it's not on our property, but there's actually, if you look at the locus, you can see that on the west elevation, there's a shed that butts right up to it. And it
Oh, yeah. You can't put windows there.
yeah.
No, you literally, Luke, by the way, you're going to have, I think, an issue even putting the 1 window on there that you have now because of its proximity to the property line.
That's true.
Fire code.
Yeah.
So you might want to look into that.
Yeah.
But thanks for pointing that out with respect to that west elevation. So let's see. Stephen, did I call on you?
Is there
You
gravy on
just
that,
did,
or
Mr.
is it
Chair.
all
Thank
dry?
you.
For the,
You want some?
Hang on, Diane, you might want to mute. Stephen, continue.
Thank you. So, let's see. On the south elevation, I think I'd suggest considering, I don't think there's an issue with the covered porch as it is, although simplifying it so that you lose the beam fascia, like the existing, might actually be fine too. It's a simpler form for the old historic barn structure, but the width and so on, I think are fine. If you did that, that would want to carry over to the east elevation. I'm not concerned about the lack of fenestration on the east. I think it's only obliquely visible from New Street, and certainly on the north, because you're not even going to see that probably from the parking lot at the casino.
Mm-hmm.
It's not typical, but actually in some areas it is. But those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. John?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, have it go to the north elevation, please.
Okay, yep. There it is. Yep.
Okay. Could we bring it up, make it more visible?
How's that?
Yeah, a little bit more, please.
Okay.
Okay. That's the north elevation?
Yes.
I'm looking at it through a magnifying glass. Okay. On the left side of the building, there's a low, like a fence.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a shower there too. Maybe it's on the other elevation.
Well, so John, if you're talking about the low one that looks gray, that's to hide the air conditioning units.
Oh, I didn't know if the air conditioner or the stairwell. All right, thank you.
Yeah, it's air conditioning units. Is that it, John?
Motion to approve if you want it.
I think the motion to approve might have a little bit of difficulty, but I think that,
Okay.
so let me just try something here. So if we go back to the south elevation for a moment, there seems to have been some, a few board members were concerned about the amount of width, additional width that you're taking to do the porch. And I was sort of thinking, well, you know, it's nice to have the window to the left of the door incorporated. That's nice. So if we wanted it to be smaller, you could move the column on to the right of the door, closer to the door, more like what it is right now.
Yeah.
Then you would not have the visual need for this beam. And I think that Stephen's point about having, like, losing the beam, getting rid of it, makes it less heavy feeling. And I think I know I would be in favor of that. So that's the story there. I think that Luke would have a problem with building code stuff relating to fire separation on doing any fenestration on the west. So I think that what he's drawn there isn't going to work. And Luke, if I heard you correctly, you're okay with the idea of doing 2 windows in that dormer instead of 1.
Yeah.
So if you are, we may be able to craft some sort of a motion and get you an approval through staff on this. I'm not sure. Does anybody want to try anything on this? See where it goes?
I'll take a stab, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thanks, Stephen. Yep.
So in reverse order, motion approved through staff with the rear dormer to have 2 windows versus 1.
Mm-hmm.
The existing front porch to be expanded to cover the window to the left and eliminate the beam fascias on the covered porch and the pent roof.
Oh, right, the pent roof too. Yeah. Okay. Is that it?
I think so.
Okay, let's try that out. Hopefully I can remember who's actually sitting on this. So Abby,
Aye.
great. Diane? Diane, you there?
Aye.
Oh,
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. So that motion carries.
all I got.
All right. Thanks.
Mr.
Now-
Chair,
Yes.
if I may, I just wanted to
I
kind
don't
of
want
answer.
you to tell me how
Hey,
much I
Diane, could you mute just for a second?
I just wanted to answer Luke's comment about emailing the photos, and I just got the email. It was actually in the body of the email, so this is just a good opportunity to remind everybody who's going to be emailing photos to staff, make sure they're actually in a PDF, because it's a lot easier for us to be able to provide to the commission this way.
Okay.
Thank you
Yes.
very
No,
much.
no
Great.
body images, people.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Okay, so that was Mr. Thornwell. Now let's go to 19 Union Street, Topham. Just so I know, is Val back?
I am.
Okay, so let's see. I think we have our regular board back at the moment. So let's try that one out. So Joe, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Hi, Ray. How you doing?
How you doing?
Good. So a lot of you should know this house on 19 Union Street. It was built in 1803. It has the lovely Pella sunroom in the back and on the south side of the house, and on the north side of the house, they have a pool. So what we're looking to do very simply is remove the all glass sunroom and put in a open air lattice patio. We also at the street, we want to add a arbor that was, which we took some inspiration from the 1895 photograph that Holly's going to be bringing up. And the other part of it is the existing clapboard is yellow, and we'd like to change that to a light gray and change the trim color to a different gray and the fenestration to a dark color called Deep Secret. As you can see, I did provide packets individually because I know it's not easily translatable, the colors So I hope you guys got the informational packs that had the actual color swatches on them. And the advisory board did give some recommendation that my client enjoyed their comments. One was, if you go back to the east elevation, please. So previously we had a smaller opening into the latticed entryway. And so what they wanted to do is have a wider entry and have it centered within the space, which we've done. And the other part is we're going to have climbing roses all and around the three sides of this project. The other part was the Victorian arbor that we drawing inspiration from. I had it at 6 feet wide, and the advisory board said it could make it smaller, so I reduced it down to 2 gates at 2'8" wide. And then there's a little tiny portico off the side. As you know, that large, long southern wall, you just have an immense amount of water coming down. So we were just hoping to keep the water off of that little side door. Thank you, Holly. And then there again is the climbing roses we're going to have on the property. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Okay. A lot of bouncing around there. I'm getting dizzy.
Long night for you guys.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So there's our precedent.
Yes.
Now, okay. So Joe, thank you. And you did address some of the HSAB comments, but I would like to hear Holly's version of same.
Perfect.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this 1803 timber frame was built for Sylvanus Ewer by Nathan Nye. Great example of Nantucket architecture. Comments from HSAB. The proposal is appreciate the inspiration with the Victorian. There's comment about being too English. The arch is too wide, so therefore appreciate, bless you,
Thank you.
Joe, reducing that width. And that was the overall comment about the arbor, making it more of what was in keeping with this 1895 photograph, narrow it in general.
Yeah.
There was also comment about it, the proposal feeling a little bit out of place, almost like a freestanding gazebo on the cliff, and not really an addition onto an old house. Narrow it from the street view, make it feel detached, which I believe that's what Joe's done with these photographs, or the revisions. Opening should be in the middle, more successful, which is what he's done on here. I think overall, they would probably also agree with this, but they did request for this with any, if you all have revisions, they would also ask for revisions to go back to them. But overall, a great proposal. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Is that a standing seam roof, Joe?
Yes.
Standing seam copper?
Yes. So the reason I did that, Ray, is just because of leaves falling and falling.
I'm just checking,
Yeah, and then just the backside, I just thought that there would be a place where leaves would get caught, so I wanted.
And is it freestanding? It's kind of hard to tell.
It is not. It's attached.
It's engaged. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So you can see.
I see. Yep. Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this before I open it up to the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you're part of the board, John. I just wanted to see if anybody else wanted to speak on the application before I turned it over to the board. If so, you might want to unmute and announce yourself. Okay, I'm going to then move to the board. I think we got the entire regular board back. So let's start with, how about Val?
Okay. I like everything. I'm looking at a picture that Joe has on my computer on page HDC 2.2 and showing the climbing roses on a structure that I think he's sort of emulating. And what I like about that, Joe, is that it has a gable facing the street rather than the hip, and it wanted to know if that was possible rather than the whole thing being a hip. And then my other question was, it's not closed in, right? It's just a covered
Porch.
Correct.
porch, because it says patio, but then you show a table there, and I just wasn't sure if it was closed in and made to look like it was
Unenclosed?
yeah.
Hmm.
But that's it.
Through the chair, Ray?
Sure, Joe.
So Val, the sunroom that's there now currently is habitable space. And
Yep.
so what I'm going to do is by opening this and making it lattice, open on 3 sides, it becomes non-habitable, which then benefits the abutters not worrying about it reduces square footage of my ground cover, and it also doesn't impact anyone building. You know, say the NASA's want to do a small cottage in the back, it doesn't impact them. So that's why we did this open air lattice structure.
Okay.
But the gable, you would, if you go to the east elevation, sorry, you'll see that'll be clipped, and I don't know if that's going to be a problem for you all.
Well, I think there's better solutions. If I could jump in, you know, that will be clipped, and it's, you know, not ideal. But anyway, so were you through, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I love it. I like the nod to the Victorian period, and I don't mind the ornateness of the instead of a moon gate. I like Val's idea. I mean, I like it both ways. I like Val's idea of that, looking at a gable coming forward, but if you can work out the hip thing, I'm a sucker for a hip roof. So yeah, I think it's a great renovation. New, very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane? Diane? John,
Yeah,
how about
I
you?
don't know.
Oh, there's Diane. Okay, go ahead.
On the proposed south elevation, that whole wing over there on the left-hand side sort of does not fit in at all. And I think on the 19 Union Street, if it's set back far enough, I guess it would be good and look like an addition to the building. This is an 1803 building, which is one of our more elder buildings, certainly on Union Street. I would try to keep the additions as simple as possible to pick them all out. Proposed roof over the door and proposed roof over there. I'm not sure I like that arbor thing that it belongs there, but I would go along with what you want. I just think it's too complicated for a simple building built in 1803. That's all.
Okay, Diane, thank you. John?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the east elevation, I agree with what Diane is talking about. Usually a pent roof would have a 45-degree angle support. What is underneath of this, the bottom half of that pent roof. There's something hanging down there. What does that be? Or
That's a
should be or should there be a post there?
It's just a bent, just going back to the building. So we didn't have a post down.
I'm sorry?
It's just a brace going back. And
There's no post, John.
Yeah.
I got you. Thank you, Mr. Topham.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Mr. McLaughlin.
Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, aside from the one thing that Joe pointed out, I'm completely fine with this. I like the historical precedent. He's made revisions based on a conversation that he had with HSAB to get it more in line with what would be appropriate for this house. So I'm okay with it, but let's see what the rest of the board has to say. So does someone want to make a motion on this one for me, please?
Motion to approve.
Oh, okay. We'll see how that goes, John. On John's motion, Val.
Aye.
Okay, Abby.
Aye.
Okay, Diane.
Aye.
Okay, John, on your motion.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. So motion carries. Okay. Bye, Joe. Thank you. Next up, 7E Tristram Avenue. I'm sure Luke or Carrie is going to be representing this. So, well, it's same board. The regular board sits on this. Okay. Who do we have? Luke, Carrie? We may need to do an unmute. Let's see. Luke, you're muted.
Oh,
I
yeah,
think.
gotcha, sorry.
There you go. Okay.
Okay, so this is Eel Point. It's, as you can see on the locus, it's an isolated home. Kara, I got it. Excuse me. The house is not visible from the road. It's isolated, as I mentioned a moment ago. It's only the chimney is visible from the beach. There's a significant drop, I think about a 30-foot drop from the bluff down to the water. Obviously, it's visible from the water from a distance. This is the main house addition we're talking about here. So if you go to the A2.0, you can kind of see what we're doing. The owners really wanted to keep the old house pretty much as it was, but they definitely needed to add rooms for the master suite. And so they wanted to hold to the existing footprint, which we've done, create a 2-story structure that's subservient to the main mass. So we've created this sort of like dueling gable effect on the front, and filled in some negative space. You can see on the east elevation, the existing east elevation shows the negative space that we've kind of filled in and extended out the master bedroom. On the north elevation, we're following the window types of the existing home, which is just a lot of big glass and picture windows. And again, not visible or a bad precedent in that it's not visible. We've also extending the second floor deck on the north elevation, make it more usable. And then west elevation, for the most part, stays pretty much the same.
Okay. Thanks, Luke. Luke, just to be clear, it's your main contention here is that this is all invisible, correct?
Yeah, I think if you look, it's invisible unless you're out to sea on a boat from a long way away. But otherwise, if you look at the locus, there's not, there's the closest ownership of houses are actually part of the same family to the right, to the east, the Gunn family. And the property actually to the left also belongs to the Gunn family.
Okay, thanks. Board members.
I'll take it.
Okay, John, go.
Thank you. My question is this. Well, number one is I'm trying to find it. I can't see this. Can you make it a little bit larger, please?
Oh,
No, on the other, I think it's the south, it's the east elevation, I think.
East elevation. There you
No.
go, John.
East, thank you. On that, apparently where there's a 30-foot drop on the bank, it doesn't matter. You get it a half-mile offshore, that window is going to stand out on the second floor. And there's nothing, it's not typical. The only one that I can find that's that big is on Huzzy Street.
Hey,
So I think it's inimical to have that there. And my other question is to the.
Hey, John, can I just say something on that?
Yes.
That's an existing window.
Okay, I don't recall it.
If you
Okay,
look
fine.
if you look over on the right-hand side, you see the existing elevation and you see that big window is already there.
Oh, okay, all right. Hang on to the south elevation.
Okay.
Is there something been added to this, or is this is not a new construction?
I think you need to scroll up to see the south, the new.
Okay, on the existing.
There we are. Okay, so John, the gable on the right-hand side is new. You can compare that to the little building that's just diagonally below it. He's taken a carport and he's making a little gable out of it.
yeah, and it's also infill to the left of the gable, and we're also adding that dormer.
Yeah, right. Okay.
More to go.
What?
Yes, yeah. I am misunderstanding. Is this a new construction or is this addition?
It's an addition. It's an addition onto an existing building.
This is not an existing building?
It is an addition onto an existing building.
Okay, where is it highlighted?
John, I apologize. I'm noticing that the bubbles have not been identified on here. And that was a mistake on our part.
Okay, Luke, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, John, thanks. Diane. You muted? Let's see. Diane's muted.
no, I'm not. Here
There
I
you go.
am.
There you go.
Luke, can I ask you a question, please, through Ray?
Go ahead.
To where is, in relation to this building, so I can remember where it is the little lighthouse out there?
The rambling, the big one.
Oh, the windmill.
Yeah.
The windmill.
The windmill is much further west.
Yeah, the windmill house is further to the west, and then the big rambling gun house is much further to the right.
Okay. Because I knew them all as a group and it got hard to separate them all. Most of the stuff is already there one way or the other. And the little gable end coming out, I don't know. I don't think you'll see it very much because it's hard to see to begin with. So I would go along with it at the moment. The only thing that I think is not perhaps proper, if you can see it, is the north elevation, which therefore faces out to the water, right, Luke?
Yes.
Is that extended porch over the front door and the windows in the therefore probably living room. I would, if you must have a porch, I would separate it. It does, it would be better to have the French doors over the front door and the end of that porch. I know. And then start the new one. It's a line that I don't find attractive. I would rather see it broken up.
I'm sorry, you'd rather see what broken up?
Over the proposed north elevation, the porch over the front door and the windows to the right. I would like to see the second floor deck broken down into one small deck over for the two sliding doors over the front door, stop, and then a different one over the, giving access to the two windows over the window below. I don't think we should have a straight porch over the front door.
Diane, sorry to
Yes.
interrupt, but the front door of this house is actually on the south elevation.
That's the front door on the south
Yeah,
elevation.
on the south elevation.
For some funny
Okay,
reason,
well, what
they
elevation did I just have up?
You had the north
Yes,
elevation up.
and if I might add,
Okay. Well,
the
that's
north-
the one that I was talking about. That's the one that looks out on the water.
Well,
It
that,
is
you're right.
viewable from the harbor, right?
well,
And
it
that
is.
deck should not be continuous.
All right.
What?
It is viewable from far out to sea, but our hope was that it is actually an existing condition in terms of right now. If you look at the existing, there's an existing deck which the family just simply wanted to extend it because it's an upside down house and they actually live on the second floor. So they were just trying to expand what's already there. If that's what they were hoping to accomplish.
Well, it's hard to see because we only get to see one elevation at a time. I've got proposed south elevation, which is obviously the street elevation. But you want to give me the north elevation?
Well, there it is, right there.
There it is.
So you can't see that, Diane.
If
From
that's
the-
only
Luke,
viewable.
stop.
If it's only viewable from the water, then I would go along with it.
Okay. Yeah, it's only viewable from the water. That is correct. Okay, Abby.
Yeah, this is, it's not going to win any beauty awards, but to me, these are minor changes and they're within the footprint. So I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Val.
I think it's appropriate.
Okay. And I do too. So somebody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay. Thank you. So on that motion, that was Val. So John.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you, Luke. Next up, Garden Group. Okay, so we got one hour left, kids, and we're less than a third of the way through one portion of our agenda.
I make a point of not looking at the end of the agenda.
Well, unfortunately, I have to.
Well, you should, but I should
I
not.
hold off as long as I possibly can until I look. Okay, so do we have somebody here from Garden Group?
Yeah, I'm here.
Who's he? Oh,
Tracy.
yeah, okay, hi. Wow, so you just want a picket fence, is that right?
Yep.
That's it?
That's it.
What happened?
I think there's no pictures. That's why.
There were pictures in the attachment.
Well, let's see, let's see what we got here.
That was a much better presentation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this PDF only has 8 slides and there's no photos
I might have made the mistake and put them in the body.
Okay, so this sounds like something we need to correct when people are submitting stuff. What do we want to do with this, folks? I mean, seriously, you just want a picket fence? Do we have specs on the picket fence?
Yeah, 100 feet long. There's an existing white picket gate and then sort of short privet on either side. And she's going to change the
Okay,
privet.
but like how big are the pickets? What's the style? Da.
I don't have the exact style or the size of the pickets, but I had the photos in the body. I guess.
Photos of the fence itself, the one
Of
that
the gate that's existing. It would match the gate.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
HSAB did take a look at this.
Yes.
And they said that this is very far out of town for this kind of fence and that it was not appropriate.
Oh, okay. Board members, tell me what you want on this one.
I think just to be fair to everybody, I'd like to see it, and maybe we can get the pictures forwarded to us.
Yeah.
Or see it in person, just because now it has a negative recommendation. And
correct.
Yeah, and they said that there's a photo of a picket fence directly across the street from this, but I guess they didn't get HTC approval, so I can't use that as precedent.
Well, yeah, I would kind of agree with that. But
so you missed.
Can somebody motion for more information on?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can send this over to Holly now. I found them. They were in a different email. The pictures.
Okay.
Sorry.
Maybe we need to send out a reminder to everybody to put everything together.
No, it looks like there were two separate things that were sent, so.
Yeah.
And the wrong one was saved.
No, it's not your fault.
No, I'm not saying it was my fault. I'm saying the wrong one was saved. So, yeah.
Happens.
Yeah.
Fortunately.
We get a lot of emails.
It just makes things go faster if everything is there.
Absolutely. There we go.
Okay. That looks like a Photoshop.
Yeah, one of them's I superimposed what it would look like in the end.
It doesn't look like the fence, the gate at all.
So the gate is real. Everything else is fake.
Well, okay. I guess it's just the Photoshop rendering makes the spacing between the boards look wider than I would hope that you would be doing.
No, yeah, that's sort of a stock fence that I have in the software I use.
Now this one across the street, honestly, I think is more appropriate, you know. But okay, so now we have photographs. Are we ready to render an opinion on this?
Yeah.
Okay, not all at once. So let's see. Abby, you ready?
Yeah, no, sorry. I'm not so I like the more traditional without the spearheads on the
Correct.
Yeah, I like just the simple one. I think it's appropriate other than that.
So the normal one is the one that we just saw at 84 Cliff.
Yes.
With the cap on top.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah.
You're okay with that type.
Yes.
Diane, how about you?
84 Cliff Road sample is fine.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Val?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's also exacerbated by the posts having a hood on them.
Yeah, definitely.
Sort of pointed.
You
I
don't
think
want
just simple is better.
Yep, agreed. Just like 84. John, where are you on this?
Looking at it, I think there's a without a cap on it, and I don't think it's a standard 2.5 inch picket. I think they look like 2 inch, and that's a defrayed from it. But if you didn't have a cap on this fence to say now, we'd call it a dog fence because it was usually kept dogs and animals in, small animals.
John,
so yes.
See this photograph that's sideways? This one? That's the fence that we're proposing that go there, not the one he's showing. Is
Right, okay.
that better?
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think we have this off as long as we reference 84 Cliff Road fence.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Can somebody do that for me?
Motion to approve with the fence being identical to the 84 Cliff fence.
Like that motion. Thank you. On the motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane. John.
Aye.
Okay, Val.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 23 Ellen's Way. Brooke, you on board? Okay,
Hang on. Here.
okay.
Yep, new dwelling. 23 Ellen's Way. Should be a whole bunch of photos of buildings. I think you've seen these buildings a few times now. So if you have any questions, let me know.
All right. These are all precedent.
It's just, it shows the mix of the cottage architecture that.
Well, right. So now let's get to the, yeah, okay, here we go. Okay.
Fine.
Okay, yep. And chime in, any board members, if you have any.
I said it's fine.
Okay. I thought that's what you said. I just want to make sure. All right, so that's Abby's vote. Val?
I agree with Abby.
Okay, Diane?
I agree.
All right, John?
Mr. Chairman, I have one question. I cannot
Yes, sir.
find on the new business.
Yes?
What is the address of this?
Oh, 23 Ellen's Way, John.
I got you. All right, I got, you
Okay.
said, mentioned that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're good on this one. At least I am. Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Oh, thank you. On that motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you. John?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Great. Val?
Aye.
I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay, next up, studio.
Can we fit any more on these lots, Brooke?
Haha.
Come on now.
He doesn't have
Here's our-
time.
No.
Hey, actually, Mr. Chair, can we, I want to go back to the new dwelling because the last page of this, I think it might be helpful to see
Oh, do you
just
have them
the
together?
context. I did like a streetscape just to kind of give you an idea. And 23 is the second one from the left.
Okay.
Yeah, just to give you a sense of
Mm-hmm.
streetscape.
Okay.
All right, that's it.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
I'm going to hold that motion. Is there any board member has any issue with this that we should discuss before I put Val's motion to a vote?
No.
Sounds like no. Okay, so on Val's motion, John?
Yeah, repeat the motion, please.
Is to approve as submitted. You okay?
Yeah, it's on the, what number are we on?
We are on number 19. Oh, no, I'm sorry,
that
number
Paul Ben-
18. 18.
Was that Paul Bennett?
No.
Maura Glenn.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, John, are you in favor of Val's motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Diane,
Aye.
thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Val.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. Next up, shed.
Right. There is a photo at the end of this that shows a shed that's being modeled. So if you go to the end of this, there is a photo there.
And where was this taken?
This is in my backyard.
Oh,
Oh,
did
it's
you
so.
get HCC approval for that?
I did. I got it approved.
Okay.
Oops. No.
Ha.
Now, this is the size a pool house should be.
Correct. Any issues? Anybody?
No.
Motion
right.
to approve is
No.
submitted.
All right, so on that motion, that was a Val motion. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Val.
Aye.
All right, I'm in favor. That motion carries. Pool hardscape.
Motion to approve is submitted with the caveat, the pool will not be seen at time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity.
You
Aye.
boy. Okay. Abby, did you already say aye?
Yes.
Are you in favor of the motion?
I love it.
All right. Okay. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John.
Aye.
All right. Val.
Aye.
Okay. And I'm in favor. That motion carries. All right, Brooke.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah. Okay. 4 Gardner Road.
Hello?
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, it's Karen.
Yes.
So this is not visible at all from Gardner Road because it's on the back side of the house. But the house has some visibility from the Pulpus Road. It's set 550 feet back from the road. So the house looks very small. And also the panels are on, you go down a little bit. Well, there's the visibility from the road. So the house is somewhat blocked.
This is the visibility from Gardner Road, right? Yeah.
Gardner, you can't see anything because it's on the back of the
Right.
house.
So,
That's Pulpus Road.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so these panels face Pulpus Road where that blue arrow is?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, here you can see the upper roof is a dormer, so it's flat, so you can't see much. And the lower roof is really not visible from the Pulpus Road because it's low. So I assume you could see it with binoculars. You can see the house, but I don't think the panels are be much visibility at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Karen. Diane, did I hear you
I'll
say
start.
something? Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think they're approvable. The amount of distance between Pulpus Road, where you shouldn't be looking around at houses for your own safety, is something. It's back in that area where we have already approved a bunch of solar panels, and I think it's approvable at that spot.
Great. Thank you very much, Diane. Abby.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. But I think, God, I can't remember your name. What's your first name? Karen. Sorry. I think you're right. I mean, it's on a low enough house. I mean, we are, I think I'm okay with this, honestly. Okay.
All right. That's good. You're allowed to be okay with it. Val?
Yeah, I guess so. It's the roof color isn't ideal, but I do agree probably the dormer is shallow enough that that is not going to be a real issue. And the other array is down on the lower portion, which could just be like a sunroom or something. So I'm okay with it.
Good.
Yeah.
John? John?
Yes, sir. I
You
viewed
okay?
this morning, this afternoon from Popus Road, at 500 feet. There's so many trees here that it's blocked. I would say it's limited visibility, and I make a motion to approve it as submitted.
Okay, John, thank you for that motion. On John's motion, Diane?
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. There you go, Karen.
Thank you.
All right, next up, 9 Quay's Pasture. Do we have Mr. Rothke?
Yes, I'm here, Ray.
All right, good.
Good evening, everybody.
Hi.
Long meeting. You guys are hanging in there. You're doing a fine job.
Yeah.
No, we're not.
Oh. Okay. Let's see, Quay's Pasture Road. Uh-huh. Yeah. What are you doing here, Stephen?
All right. So thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an existing property that has a main house and a cottage. Both are visible from Quay's Pastures Road.
Okay.
As you proceed out Quay's Pastures, just to get you oriented, you go past, you're actually making your way to the Mascatuck Indian Reservation, which is out there at the end of Quay's Pastures. So everybody's probably familiar with that. This would be the last set of buildings on the right that you pass on your way out there.
Okay.
So there's an existing house and an existing cottage. I'm going to say that I don't fully appreciate the existing architecture out there on the house. There's definitely some odd existing features, very strange second floor roof line. It's sort of a long rambling thing that has a bit of a sort of campy, kind of Boy Scout campy, agrarian, rural sort of thing going on out there.
Hey, Stephen?
Yeah.
Do we have any photos of the existing house? That would be helpful.
Yeah, they should be in the packet. It's kind of a long packet, but I'm hoping if you just keep scrolling, we'll get to those photos. Holly, I hope.
Get an A+, Stephen, putting the pictures in.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
If.
I always wanted to be an A+ student. Here they come. Look at that.
Oh,
Fantastic.
oh yeah. Wow.
All right. So that's pretty cool. I thought I'd save that half round for the highest bidder tonight.
Yeah, wow.
So just know that that's in the offing.
Okay.
So here, what I did, that's the background, okay, is that it's just kind of this very eclectic place out in the rolling hills there of Quay's Pasture.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not proposing to relocate any buildings. We are proposing to sort of remove away or trim away, if you will, a lot of the little bits and pieces that have been added on to this over the years. There's at least 3 projects that happened here that I'm aware of just based on my research in the building department files. We are taking the part furthest away from the street, which would be left in that picture we're viewing now. And it's a 1-story element on the back of the house, what we'll call the back of the house. And we're gonna lift that up, coming up about 24 inches. It's a 1-story mass, so I wasn't personally, it's that mass right there, gang. I wasn't, we're taking the shed off of that, and then that gable roof line that you're seeing the broad side of, that mass is gonna get lifted up because the house right now has 3 different levels, and it's very strange layout inside. And the owners would like to not have such a multi-level dwelling to live in. So we're lifting up that piece, and I just want to make that clear to everybody. After I take off that sort of 1-story wraparound hip roofed piece that's in that photograph right there, okay? So just be aware that that element is actually coming up above that existing grade, somewhat more than what you see right now. It's coming up to the same height as the piece that's on the right-hand side of that picture there. You see those 2 windows. That's right, Holly. Right where Holly's pointing. That is a post and beam section that got added at some point, and we're bringing that last sort of mass up to the same height as that. And when I do that, the ridge line of this first piece I was describing starts to soar over the ridge height of that post and beam piece. So I've added a cupola to conceal that sort of odd condition. And I felt like the cupola sort of played into the kind of barn sort of, I want to be careful about the word barn because I don't want to be taken literally on that, but there's certainly some barn or agrarian type elements that I'm trying to weave into this design here, which I think is well suited for the very rural site that it sits on. So that's our design premise. And then the last sort of big piece on this is that front mass, there's a good shot of it right there where the half round window is. It's some kind of soaring salt box. I don't really know what to call it. But I have proposed to basically take the second floor of this house off and make it much more conventional or traditional, if you will, what we're used to seeing, which is quite simply just a story, add a second half story in its place. Dormer it with some shed dormers to capture, spaces for windows and bathrooms and such. And essentially what it does is it lowers the existing roof height of that dwelling.
Oh, yeah, okay, so this is telling. So if we look, we see the existing sort of silhouetted on the left hand, this perspective, and the new one on the right hand.
Actually, Ray, just to correct you there, sorry, but respectfully, that picture on the right is actually just the other side existing condition.
Oh, okay.
If Holly were to cruise all the way back up to the top of the PDF, you'd see the proposed perspectives, if that's helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Okay. So you see that I've basically taken that very high element and the one that stepped down in the back, and we've sort of, we've sort of decreased the average height of this building to get it a little bit more uniform, though it still has some steps in it.
Okay, so you need the cupola on there to reconcile like a weird roof condition, a weird roof intersection.
Exactly. That's very well stated. Yes. Yep, that's right.
Okay.
The last thing I'll point is that I've actually reduced the floor area of this building by trimming off some of those appendages that were on there. That's just an FYI. And then the last thing I should mention, and I promise I'll stop talking, is that this will segue into the next application, which is the cottage. But I have proposed to connect these two buildings with an open breezeway. They sit very near to one another. They're only about, I think they're less than 20 feet apart right now. And so it just seemed like a natural, and the way the family's going to live in it, they like the idea of being able to get from one dwelling to the other for the grandkids and whatnot, under cover should there be bad weather. So.
Okay.
And the last page of this actually shows you a composition of the cottage and the house put together so that I can help you see what the entire composition looks like.
Okay, can we scroll down to see that?
Could be, Holly, it could be that it's right before these existings. I inserted it as the last page of the proposed. So now it's going to be before the picture.
Let's try and move this along.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I mean, I saw your drawings and it's so much better than existing. I don't have anything to say.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Was that you, Diane?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure for following all his red lines and stuff that we should even begin with this. I don't know what's being moved. On my first picture is the proposed width elevation. The thing on the left-hand side of the roof is, I don't know why it's there. This is on the proposed front combination elevation. It's not necessary. It just makes another. This is out in Quay's pasture.
That cupola. Okay.
Yeah,
The cupola is to resolve
sorry,
a problem roof line that is part of the house right now.
right, but look at the next picture that comes up, proposed east elevation and proposed north elevation. They're changing everything.
Well, yeah, they are changing
Every-
everything. Okay.
So let's see a drawing that has it changed the way they want it, rather than trying to figure out what they're asking for, because it's just too complicated, and the reason why it's a
Ray,
why
if
are
I
they
could-
changing?
I think it might be helpful
Why are they
just to
changing?
look at the
Stop,
proposed. Sorry.
Diane.
I would like to see a drawing. Yes, I would like to see a drawing of what they're asking for instead of what's there, and everything is circled in red.
Because he's
So,
changing most of the building, most of the roof lines.
right, so we need a new design. So I would ask for a new design, not ask us to change it window by window, piece by piece, that's all. I
Okay.
think it's
All right.
too hard to figure out.
Okay. Yeah, he's changing a lot. Thanks, Diane. Val?
Yeah, I like a lot of it. What I have some reservation about is the green metal roof, and that there'll be so much of it, especially on the street facing side, connecting it to the other building. I think either a different color, if that's what you have to use, or eliminate it connecting the buildings, because I think it just sort of is really going to draw some attention to the structure, and it's kind of wide open right there. And I still, like Diane, am digesting, because wow, there is a lot to look at.
Yep. Okay, so let's see. We've heard from Diane, Abby, John. How about you?
Yes, thank you. Looking at it, could I have the plot plan, please?
Hello. Hi.
Okay, that's in the Coys Pasture Road, okay. Yes, the cupola, I believe, is visible, and it's in a very awkward place compared to a farm barn that has a cupola. This was in the wrong spot. It should be removed. I'll put it on the top of the highest point of the roof. I myself am opposed to that type of cupola where it is. The other is, could I have the west elevation, please? Let me see, right there. Okay. When I'm looking at these proposed, these coverings, you know, there's, what is not, yeah, what is, excuse me, I'm choking. What is the pitches on those front west elevation? It has two small roofs there, pent roofs or whatever they are.
They're very low pitches, John. Very.
Yeah, I know they are. 7 is a minimum usually for a.
They're not even close to that. They might be 3 and 12.
They're 4s, yeah.
4, okay.
Yeah, I believe that the west elevation is visible from the road. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, okay. Now, on the right side of the west elevation, there is gray roof on the top. Are those solar panels, those white things?
No, that's a metal roof, John.
Metal roof.
Metal roof,
And,
yeah.
But the gray one is shingled?
Yeah, the gray one is shingled, correct.
could the white ones be shingled as well instead of having steel
Well, you
connected
can
to
ask
wood?
that question.
I'm sorry?
You can say that that's a concern for you.
Yes, it would be, you know.
Okay.
Metal goes to metal, wood goes to wood. But anyway, all right, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Sean. So, Stephen, I think there's a few things that you might want to look at. One, the connector piece and the amount of, I'm glad that Val pointed out that the roof, the metal roof is green. I'm not sure that I love that, particularly if it's visible from the road. The cupola, I think you might be able to find another solution to the roof issue other than that one. Other than that, I think Abby was the one that said that, you know, generally this is a vast improvement over what's there. I agree with that, with the few things that exceptions being the things that I've just mentioned. So I think we should hold this for some revisions. And I would also ask that maybe we track the cottage to just track it, have it track with the main house.
You don't want to look at it and make any.
Could I,
Well, we could, okay. Yeah, we could.
could I ask,
Go ahead,
could I
Diane.
ask for something too?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Could we get a picture of what he wants in his final proposal rather than with all the corrections so that we know what it's going to look like for sure?
Well,
It
so
would make it
Diane,
easier for me.
okay. He's bubbled everything that he changed. You know, that's the rule. And so
Yeah.
he can do another version of that without all the bubbles on it. So you can just see, but basically the drawings that you're looking at are what he's asking for. But it's totally covered
I
with bubbles.
understand that,
Okay.
but
Yeah. Okay, so guest house.
I just want to understand it better.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yep.
Maybe it's
Stephen, I'm
because
sure
I'm
can
tired.
provide that for you. Oh, wait, stop. We need to make a motion on the main house.
Motion to hold for some revisions.
Thanks. So Val's made that motion. On the motion, Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Hi.
thank you. John,
No,
thank you. Oh, no
No
revision?
revisions?
no, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. And Val, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that's that. Now let's go to the guest house. Okay. This is what Diane means. It's like there's so much red there.
Yeah, I apologize if it's
That's what you're
confusing.
supposed to be doing.
The effort is just to be clear about what we are changing. I think I'll just try to keep it simple here, that basically, in that example, in that elevation right there, we've taken off a one-story sunken wart with a shed roof on the left-hand side of that elevation. That's the east elevation. And we've added a 1.5-story addition with the dormer window that connects into an existing roof line going back into the existing main mass of the building. You're seeing in that view the connector porch coming across there. I'm happy to talk about the color of that standing seam roof, just so that it's clear. The intent was, pardon me, for that standing seam roof color to match the fenestration and door color. We're using Anderson products. They make a forest green. So that was the intent, but I'm happy to discuss, options there.
Hey, you know what?
I think if you keep going, A 2.1 has what is and what's proposed next to it. So you're not getting the whole picture. I think that's why it's hard.
Those are the proposed perspectives there.
So right here is a little bit clearer for somebody to look at.
I agree. So there you see the south elevation. That's the dormer end of the 1.5-story addition I just mentioned. That's replacing that low sloping sunken shed business that somebody thought was a good idea. Front elevation certainly looks a lot more like the front of a house now than it did. There's actually a door, which the existing condition does not have, and we added that little roof that John mentioned in the last review. I don't think there's anything else to comment on there. Some door and window changes to that existing massing. On this next elevation here north, we've added that shed dormer to that existing roof line. You're seeing a section through the connector. And on the east elevation, I think I covered that already.
Okay, people.
Yeah, the only thing, so, can I go?
Yeah, go.
I think the only thing I kind of like the gable instead of the shed dormers. I don't, but,
Where?
Yeah.
it is north, I think.
Okay. Well, there is a shed dormer there,
Yeah,
but
see that flush dormer there in the proposed north?
yeah.
I like the original better. And if you scroll up, there's another
Well, the original's
one
there.
on the south.
If we could just clarify, Ray, that the existing elevations are right there, so it's very easy to compare, and you can see that there's not a gable there now. That's just an eave
Well,
line.
that gave, well, in the second floor,
That's just an eave right now, Abby, and then I added that shed dormer.
No, I think what Abby's referring to is in the background, there's a gable.
see it?
So you've created a much larger mass, and that is at most evident. Let's see, scroll down just a hair. Okay, stop. Okay, so if we look at the existing elevation on the left, you see that you have a gable, sort of two-story bit, and then it trails off down to a little low shed.
Yep.
What you've done is you've added this big gable where that little low shed is. So what
That's correct.
Abby's basically referring to is the fact that in the existing, if we looked at the side of that elevation, you'd see a gable because there's nothing in its way. Now you've introduced another second big gable that's obscuring all that stuff.
Yeah,
That's
I'm not a big fan of flush gables, flush
dormers.
flush dormers. But I also think the fenestration on this south elevation is frenetic. I mean, some of that could get lined up.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I kind of miss the additive massing on this particular building, not on the last one. I think you cleaned it up on the last one.
Yeah.
This one seems a little oversimplified. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Diane.
I agree. The windows in the proposed south elevation should be under each other to make it easier. And there was one elevation which I just had, which I lost, that every window in that elevation were all mulled together. It and the proposed south should move over their windows. The west elevation is not such a bad idea, but this is the east elevation. Every one of those windows are mulled. If I don't mind they shouldn't have to be all mulled along that east elevation. The windows up in the dormer are okay because they fill the dormer, but down below they can be split. Up on the right hand side they can be split. This is 9 Quays pasture. It's a
Yeah.
country road. So let's try and make it somewhat country, not city building brought out there. That at the moment is about all I can come up with.
Okay, thanks. John.
No comment.
Okay. Let's see, did I get everybody? Val, did you already talk on this one?
No, I'm indifferent.
Okay. I do have to say, I really liked the improvements that you made to the main house. I think these represent sort of an expansion of the existing guest house. So that, the improvements to the main house, good. Expansion to this thing, not quite as good. It's kind of like getting too heavy looking. That's my opinion. I also think you should take all those green metal roofs and just turn them to shingle. I think that would be a lot smoother, the process. Should we motion for some revisions on this one?
Yeah, motion to,
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, thank you, Diane. On the motion, Val,
aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thank you, Diane.
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Ethan, let's see if we can get you in before we break.
I was wondering if we could hold mine
You're
to the next
kidding.
meeting, if that works for you guys.
Yeah, it
Okay,
does.
could we?
Now we just need like 28 more people to do that and we'd be in good shape. Okay, so motion, can somebody give me a motion to hold for what, next Tuesday?
Mr. Chair, I posted a meeting for Thursday, so does he want to see Thursday or next?
Ethan, Thursday or Tuesday?
Ethan?
Thursday.
Hurry up. Thursday?
Thursday.
Okay, so for the next meeting, can I have a motion?
Motion to move,
I make a motion
Come on, somebody finish the motion, please.
to move to the
Make a
next
motion.
meeting.
Okay, so Val has made a motion to move this to the next meeting, which is Thursday. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay,
Thank
Val,
you.
you've got two up.
Mr. Chairman,
What's that?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have to depart. I have to catch you on the road.
Okay, thank you, John. Thank you for your help.
Thank you.
We'll see you maybe on Thursday.
Happy holidays.
Oh, thanks. You too, friend.
I'm going.
Okay, so now we have Val up for two things. Do we still have Carrie and or Stephen on the line?
Yes.
Yes.
Carrie? Yes, yes. Okay, good. So
And their
John.
enthusiasm is,
Yeah, right. Okay, so,
we're in this together.
all right. So Val, tell us what you're doing at Gray Lady Lane.
Okay, this is a new dwelling in this development that's been under construction for a year or two. It is not significantly different from, I put on the front page, the houses that are built or under construction. So as
Okay.
you can see, there are a lot of gable forwards and then a regular E forward. It's a modular from Dreamline.
Mhm.
The color of the trim is gray, the sash is black, and the roof is wood. I think it fits in nicely there, and I'll let you guys give me your thoughts.
Have at
Okay.
it.
Thank you. All right, Abby.
I I don't like those doghouse dormers. I wish they were sheds. Could I see that elevation again? Yeah, is that the front of the house with the pent roof there?
No, that's a side. The
Oh.
front is right there.
Okay. Well, on the sides of the building, the left side, right side, I'd rather see those as shed dormers like you have to the far left on the left.
Okay. All right.
Other than that, I've got nothing, Val.
Okay. Thanks, Abby. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm either way on the dormers. I think they're fine. It kind of in this area dresses things up a little bit. Large single structure. And let me just see what other elevation I got here. Val, what's the treatment on the front elevation on the covered porch fascia at the to the right of the step. Is that just open or?
No, he just always forgets to draw that line that it's a deck. It's just missing a line.
I didn't think it was a Richmond
Yeah, no, it's not cement.
24-foot tall concrete pad or anything. I was just
No.
kind of curious.
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Carrie?
I think it looks fine too, and I kind of agree with Abby about the dormers. But on the front little porch, I don't think you need that center post. It's a little bit
Yeah.
redundant.
Okay.
You might run into it.
We can take that out.
I think this is fine.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
I don't mind the little doghouse dormers. I think they're rather cute in this building. So otherwise, I have no great amount to say. I think that the dormers are better as gable dormers than sheds in this particular location.
Okay, thank you. Hey, here comes my little pet peeve, Val. Someplace along here, I saw an elevation that had the markers for the floor levels.
Yeah.
Ah, there it is. Can we zoom in on that? Because it's this usual like distance from head of first floor window to sill of second floor window.
Yeah.
So you have a 9-foot first floor ceiling, right?
Yep.
I'd prefer to see that go to 8 so that we get rid of the space between those, because it comes up time and time again. You have twice the floor sandwich that is ordinarily required for stick frame buildings because it's a modular. And I think it's sort of like a little bit of double dipping if you take 2 feet instead of 1 foot for your floor sandwich, but then you have a 9-foot ceiling instead of an 8-foot ceiling on the first floor.
Well,
Those
then
two
why don't
things-
I hold it? Because maybe we'll do something
Okay.
like
Can
8.
can I look at that? Sorry, can you scroll down again, please? To one of those one more. I just want to look at the left elevation is fine. One more down. It must be the right elevation. This elevation, the fenestration is pretty chaotic here. Is there any way we can have some stuff make a little more sense?
Well, I actually kind of disagree, except maybe a little shift here and there. What they tried to do was put, for instance, the first dormer between the 2 windows down below. Maybe he needs to just work on the drawing.
Yeah, maybe it's just the way it's rendered. It looks light and dark.
And there are some headers that are different. You're right. So
maybe if it was drawn correctly, it'd be fine. I couldn't tell because it was moving so fast, but anyway.
hold
Okay.
for some minor revisions.
Is that your motion on your application, Val? Can I have a motion on Val's application, please?
Yeah,
So moved.
All right, so Stephen's made a motion for revisions. On that motion, Carrie.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Let's see, we can probably get Val's other project in here.
Super easy.
6 Thurstons, let's go.
The basic cape,
Okay. Basic.
24 foot 6 in height.
Oh,
Beauty.
yeah.
In back of another house. The lot got divided, a backyard subdivision.
Loving this.
Rear
one.
lot subdivision.
What is it?
Rear lot subdivision.
Rear lot, yeah. And the trim's natural to weather. The windows and doors are white and the roof is cobblestone gray.
It's cute.
Okay. Comments, board members.
Sorry, say that again. The roof is what and the trim is what?
The trim is natural, no color. And the roof is a color of asphalt called cobblestone.
Is that, okay, that's a little dreary. Do they really want that, or can we cheer it up a bit?
Well, I don't know in what way.
Well, okay, so the front house, does that have white trim and a black?
It has a
black
gray
shutters?
roof and white trim, and it's not the same lot, so. But
Right, I was, context.
I don't think they really want to paint the trim, but.
Yeah, it's
Well,
a sign of the times that it's dreary. I'm good with it.
Well, no, it's just that, well, capes traditionally aren't natural to weather, are they? Aren't they usually white or have a
That-
color? I don't know. What is everybody?
Well, it's in the back. The only thing is it's literally in the back
Right.
of the lot.
Capes on the Cape are painted white. Capes on Nantucket sometimes have natural trim.
That's what
Are
I
you
thought.
being poetic?
Yeah, I think so.
You almost had it.
I'll get it to rhyme.
All right, I don't care. I don't care.
Okay. What do you think, folks?
Approve.
Okay. Is that your motion, Carrie?
Yes.
Okay. On that motion, Diane. Diane, you still with us?
She's muted.
Let's go to you,
I'm
Abby.
here. I'm here.
I'm fine with it.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Diane.
I'm okay with it.
Okay, good. Did I get you, Carrie?
Yes. Well, yes,
Okay,
I
Steve.
on my own.
Stephen?
At 8:56 p.m. on number 26. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks so much for that. And I'm in favor, so motion carries. All right, kids, we should probably just hold the rest rather than get into this big Ben Norman block.
So moved.
Okay, so
I think
everything
Over.
everything automatically will go over to Thursday, right?
Correct.
Everything remaining.
Yes.
And do we need to do anything on other business that's time sensitive?
Yes, you have to approve the minutes, if you so choose, for November 17th, 19th, 24th, and 30th, right, Terry?
As amended.
No, they don't need to be amended. They've never
No.
been approved before.
That was
Amend.
my typo.
So they're just a straight approval.
Okay, the agenda says amend previously approved.
I know
Typo.
it's wrong. That was my mistake. That's what I told Kathy to put on it and I was wrong. These have never been approved. They've
Okay, motion to approve minutes of November 17th, 19th, 24th, and 30th.
Okay, thanks for the motion, Stephen. On that motion, Val,
I,
Abby,
I,
Diane,
I,
thank you, Stephen.
And I. Thanks, Terry. I just was hoping to get us out by 9.
And I'm in favor of that motion, so that motion carries. Okay, so,
I thought it was anathema to get out before 9.
well, we can always do one more application.
No.
I'm just kidding.
No.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
everybody have a chance to look at the schedule for January till June?
no.
No, I didn't.
But do you want us to approve it? Because I'll tell you my experience. We approve it and then, 2 months down the road, we're amending it anyway. So
I do want to make you aware that you are not meeting 1 week per month from January till June.
Why? Make things
Because
even
of
worse.
town meeting, planning board and ZBA with town meeting articles. So I just wanted to make you aware of that.
We're not meeting for a month. Wait, what happened?
No.
No.
One week per month you are not meeting.
That's ridiculous.
Listen, part of my heart jumps and leaps at that sound, but I don't think that that's fair. So on
No,
the weeks
take someone
where-
else's night, planning board and all the rest of you.
they never do anything anyway.
Guys, do
Yeah.
we have Thursday meetings on that agenda
We do. And there are,
every week, or is it the same situation where we don't have either one on a given week?
so There are, the first weeks of every month are planning board is on Monday and ZBA is on Thursday. So
What
the
about
weeks
Tuesday?
don't have Thursday. You'll have to just take a look at the schedule. If you want to hold off and approve it next week.
Yeah.
Why don't you-
do.
I mean,
Okay.
Look,
Yeah, what
We're
makes us second best
It's out of my
to the
hands.
planning board?
I don't have any choice in the matter.
we're just way behind, and we need to
Yeah.
make every effort to try and get in front of this curve.
Agreed.
Okay.
Is there any possibility for us as a group to have some sort of meeting to just discuss some things? Because I think there are things about this format that makes this excruciatingly painful and long that I think could be addressed a little bit.
So through you, Mr. Chair, Fridays are always available. Most likely, Erica seems to tell me that they're usually available, wide open. So if you want to choose a Friday sometime, just,
That's probably a good idea. The sooner the better, so that we can hopefully get some resolution to some things that would be time saving. And I don't think it needs to be a long meeting, but
no.
so let's do that on a Friday. Okay.
All right.
So,
Chair,
yeah, we'll throw it back to you, Kathy, if you could do some checking in, and then we'll revisit it, hopefully on Thursday.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to notate real quick that the weeks where we don't have a meeting, which is in that schedule that Kathy sent out, it are also, there's 1 week in January, 1 week in February, and 1 week in March. And those Fridays, I'm looking to schedule our Resilient Nantucket discussions with our consultants. Because again, I just want to remind the commission that we want to have your dialogue and we need to have these design guidelines wrapped up and approved by you all before June. So just wanted to throw that out at you. We need to have those scheduled, and I like to get that done sooner rather than later, so I can send an email out to you all.
Okay, I think that's fair. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Motion to adjourn?
Yeah. All right.
Can I-
Adam. On that motion, let's see, I'll just look, on the motion, Val,
Yeah, please.
okay. Diane,
Aye.
okay.
Aye.
Stephen,
Yeah, bye.
Gary,
Aye.
and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, good night, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night, good night.